minutes, and then I'm going to explain how it's all going to go. Okay. And when people start showing up, I'm going to ask them if they want to actually see the games that I'm talking about, or if I'm just going to go through these lists one by one. But the games I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking about not in great detail, but like an abridged sum-up version about how I feel overall about the games. And I just want to say, and I'm going to be repeating this multiple times, my opinion will be different than yours. It always will. Well, for the most part. I like to emphasize that because I think it's very crucial for everyone to respect each other's opinions when it comes to movies, when it comes to video games, when it comes to television. Just overall, that is the most important. I'm just doing some setting ups, making sure everything's okay. Maybe turn this up a little bit. It's very important. But when it comes to video games, when it comes to movies, when it comes to television show, music, anything, it's nice to respect other people's opinions because you get the biggest like debates or flacks that I see is because someone goes, and we have a term for that. It's called a hipster, which is a shame because it's like genuine people, and you're going to see some examples for myself that hundreds upon hundreds of people love, and I can't stand it. And hundreds of people hate it. And I'm like, this isn't that bad. I've done it multiple times. I'm going to do it many more times. I think the most recent one I can give you movie-wise is Brave. Brave was a movie that everyone heralded as, oh, it's such a great film. And I'm just like, it's okay. It's slightly boring, actually. Frozen's another one, but we're not going to go onto that bandwagon because right now Frozen is divided to where people love it, people hate it, and like they're both huge entities. So I'm kind of stuck in the middle with you. That's where I am at the moment. But just to emphasize, you are not going to agree with everything I say. And I wish this could be a given on the internet by now. YouTube's been around for almost 10 years. Like, how long has it been around? I think 2006, maybe 2007. But yeah, it's been around for almost a decade now. By now, we should know that people are just going to have different opinions. And when you're watching this, I hope you can respect that. I hope you can understand that. If not, there's the chat. Have at it. If I say something that really pisses you off, just have at it. Okay. And okay, I'm going to do a little welcome message here. That way everyone that stops in can just welcome to the gaming discussion chat. Let me know if you'd like to see each game I am talking about, or if I should just go through my list. All right, that posted. Excellent. Okay, that'll make things so much easier. And I do have a couple things I want to show off, and I do have a couple announcements at the end of the show that I'd like to share with all of you. So we're going to start at 8 o'clock, and how much you want to bet? I'm going through the list, and someone's going to say, no, I want to see them. And I'm like, then I'll just hurriedly go through each. This is this game, this is that game, this is this game. Blah, blah, blah. And I found out at the end of my last broadcast, you can always go back to the video at any time once it's done, so you can watch the whole thing. So I don't have to repeat myself nearly as much. Or the people that don't want to watch the live show, if they still want to know my opinion on the games that I own, just click on the finished video, and there you go. Get to know a lot of things. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to put my document up right here. Just have it right in the corner. I'm going to talk about each one, and nostalgia will be involved. Nostalgia will be a big factor as to why I even own a game compared to, like, there was a lot of games that became popular that were like big titles that everyone talks about now that I didn't own and never owned until recently. There's actually a handful that I bought like within the past 2 years, and they've been available since the NES Super Nintendo era. And I just didn't know about them, or they didn't pay me no never mind, but it was word of mouth. And after a while, and Earthbound's one of them. Earthbound's a game that I just purchased this year on the Wii U eShop, and I never played it before. I still haven't beaten it. It gets pretty obnoxious near the final couple areas. I don't know how. I think I'm on the 6th sense. You have to collect these senses, and that's how you make your way to Gygas. And I'm trying to collect the 6th sense, and it's pretty annoying because status effects are abundant in that game. Like every 2 attacks from an enemy, you either get poisoned, paralyzed, homesick. And homesick's cool like the first 12 times you get it. Then after a while, I'm like, okay, I'm homesick. I get it now. Please stop. But again, I'm not ragging on the game. I like the game a lot. And I would talk about it in further detail when we get to that game. But I'm just stating an example. There's going to be a lot of games, and I'm not even going to mention that people are like, how dare you not mention this? 3 reasons. 1, never owned it. 1, I'm aware of its existence, but never played it. And 3, and this one I'm just going to be frank, I probably don't like it. Oh boy, so here we go. All right, we are nearing the end, and I already got 3 viewers. Feel free to post in the group chat off to the side. Let me know if you guys want to actually see these games, or because I'm just looking at a list right now. I could go. Well, it's not going to be that fast because I'm going to take the time to talk about each. But for the most part, through the list and go, this game, yada da da da, that game, yada da da do. These games, yada da da da. I can show them up like this is just a memory card, so I don't like. This is it, blah, 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 blah. I'd open it up, show out the manual, history of how I got the game, what I think of the game, yabba dabba doo. And more importantly, would you like to see a video on said game? That's another thing. That's actually the main reason this game collection does. I want everyone to just see if there's an interest. There's quite a few games that I feel are underappreciated, like to shove them into the limelight just a little bit more. And it's probably one of the reasons why I'm a very small. Yeah, it's probably the main reason. Big Flappy Bird, Five Nights at Freddy's, Bloodborne, that kind of stuff. I go for games that I have a history with or experience with. Those are the ones that I'm aware of. Oh, hey, there's a little chat here. Okay, let's do this again. Shove them into the limelight just a little bit more. All right, hold on. I have like 2 windows here. I have Air, I have like Google Hangout Air, and I have the YouTube page itself. I have no idea. Cheese and crackers. All right, let's try this again. Welcome to the game. I at no point said I'm a professional at this. Welcome to the gaming discussion chat. Let me know if you'd like to see each game that I am talking about, or if I should just go through my list. I don't know why I talk while I type. I do that while commenting too. Hey, that was a pretty funny video. My side was splitting at minute 5. It's a tick. We introverts, we're weird people. I'm telling you. La, 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 la. Ooh, another reason why I probably don't have the game. I'm ashamed of. When I was in high school, I had a GameStop kick where I traded in 40% of the games I own. And to this day, I've still not repurchased all of them. And regret those because at that time, I was just like, well, out with the old and with the new. I'll buy what's new. I have more of appreciation and respect for the old games. And every once in a while, I'm like, you know what? I feel like playing this game. On a weekly, bi-weekly basis, just hunting down, going to small little shops. Half-price books is a good place to look because they don't understand like the value of video games as well as stores like the Exchange or Amazon. So I like to value what's a good deal to get like a cheapo game for like this Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo, yabba dabba doo. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you all three have been waiting for. It's time to talk about my video game collection. And I've been building this for a little over 10 years now. I've been playing video games since the age of 1. My first video game was Super Mario World and the Super Nintendo, but eventually I spread out and played all consoles. So before I get into the collection, these are the consoles that I own at this point. Nintendo 64. This I recently got back for my birthday. I sold that entire thing back then. Again, kicking myself. Game Boy and Game Boy Color. I usually just classify it as Game Boy because it kind of just bleeds together for me anymore. So Game Boy, Nintendo Wii, PlayStation. PlayStation's lacking because I sold almost all of them. 2, much bigger collection there. PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Nintendo GameCube, Super Nintendo, NES, Nintendo NES, Nintendo Wii U. All haters get out. Nintendo DS, PSP, and Nintendo 3DS. Okay, so yes, I do favor the Nintendo consoles, but I do have the other consoles, and I do like them. And Genesis fans, I'll get to you. I'll explain everything. It should be obvious. I grew up with Super Nintendo. I never had a Genesis. Story when I finally experienced the Genesis. Remember when we talked about differing opinions? Okay, so if everyone's all right with just me going through and talking about these games and not showing them, perhaps every once in a while I'll show them. You know what? I'll start show. If anyone says, hey, I don't want to see these, just get, for some reason, I'll stop. And it's raining and storming right now. If my power goes out, I'm going to be very upset. All right, so let's just start with Nintendo 64. That's the most recent one. The first game we did 64 is Bomberman Hero. Bomberman is the third video game I bought on the Nintendo 64. I lied. It's my fourth. The story behind this game was when I got a Nintendo 64, there was actually a little slip that I had to fill out, and I could actually get a free game because I bought the console. I turned that slip in, and I got a game. And I'm just looking at all these titles, and I had one screen. There were no magazines that I had. Internet was the point it is now. So I just shot. I saw Bomberman gearing up, and I said, you know what? And I bought it, and I've loved it ever since. It has such a soundtrack, this game. It's so joyful. It has a great soundtrack. It wasn't until about a year later that I played Bomberman 64, which I do not own. And apparently there was a sequel that I never played called The Second Attack. But Bomberman Hero, really fun game, amazing music. One of my favorite platformers next to the big ones like Banjo-Kazooie and Super Mario. I'm really sad that Hudson Soft is gone, and we're probably never going to see a Bomberman game again, because I have a couple of other Bomberman games that you're going to be seeing throughout this. So, Bomberman Hero. 64. Wave Race 64 is a fun little racer. I'm not big on racers. I usually do the Mario Kart, Sonic, and Sega All-Stars race. But with Wave Race 64, even though it's obviously aged poorly now, it just had beautiful environments as a kid. So I repurchased this game because it was only $2, and it's just extremely enjoyable. And I still like following the dolphin. Following the dolphin is very enjoyable. So not much to say. It's just a fun little racing game. Wave Race 64. I'm actually planning on getting the sequel sometime soon. So just a heads up, I do not own the sequel, but I really like Wave Race 64. And 2, The Great Escape. This is the best Rayman game, bar none. This is a fantastic game. I love the tone. I love the characters. Going back and playing it, there are a lot of cheap jumps and like deaths where you grab onto something and you don't let go, but the game thinks you did, so you die. But when you fall and die or something and Rayman like disappears, he doesn't lose a life and you have to start over. He just respawns and loses a little bit less health. But Rayman 2: The Great Escape is a really cool game, and I really like its green cartridge. I got this at the exchange. I got a little sticker here. You're going to be seeing a lot of ugly stickers in this day. I'm just like, get off. I hate you. I don't like stickers. I like it as nice as possible. But Rayman 2, the great of the Rayman games. And for a while, I thought we were never going to see a Rayman game because of the stupid Rabbit games. But I just don't. But thankfully, Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends came back. And I don't like them as much as this one, but they're still good games in their own right. So Rayman 2, The Great Escape. Okay. Spider-Man on the Nintendo 64. It's not bad, but it's not great. I mean, we're at this point where we have much better superhero video games like Marvel Ultimate Alliance, the Batman Arkham game. I shouldn't say that. Batman, because that's the only one that I've actually done. There's a confession for you. I've only beat Arkham Asylum. I'm currently playing Arkham City, but yeah, let's just skip through that. Spider-Man 2 on the PlayStation 2 is a much better game than this. And another enjoyable one that I rented was called Ultimate Spider-Man. I probably might check that game out because while I was playing this, I was like, there was another cel-shaded Spider-Man game on the PlayStation 2. I looked it up and it was called Ultimate Spider-Man. But overall, this is it's weird that you have your punch buttons on this. So let's see if I can show this. See these right here? Like these are your punch and kick buttons. And that's how you make your combos. And this is how you do your web shooting combos. So it's very awkward. And I had a friend tell me that the PC version is much superior. So if you want to try out this game, go for the PC version. But again, this is no Superman 64. So it's still an interesting game in its own right. So there we go. For the Nintendo 64, it's okay, but I'm not going to sing it that many praises. Gex 64 Enter the Gecko. It's funny because I got this when I rebought my Nintendo 64, and I was like, oh wow, I barely remember this guy. And while I was playing it the other day, Kid Icarus is currently doing a retrospective, that's what it's called, a retrospective of the series. And when he got back to this one, I was just like, oh wow, somebody else knows about this gem. So Gex 64, I'll be honest, there's a lot of levels where the camera makes me nauseous. It likes to auto-adjust itself, and I'm like, ugh, please leave that to me. Let me decide. Like, even though Mario 64's camera has not aged that well, still better than. So yeah, Gex 64, Enter the Gecko. Actually, the second game, I've never even played the first. In fact, it was the Cat Icarus retrospective that made me realize that there was a Gex before this. And it's funny because this is just called Gex 64, Enter the Gecko. A perfect title for, like, the first in the series. Like, there's no 2, no Roman numerals. It just says Gex 64, Enter the, and even with Enter the Gecko, you just figure this is the first game, but it's not. So I might have to try out the first Gex game, depending on how much it runs online. But again, it's okay. It's enjoyable. The camera can get nauseating, so I only play it in small little gaps. But still, Gex 64, I get some smiles, especially the character Gex himself. He has a couple funny one-liners every once in a while. But beats the Matterhorn, what are you going to do? Okay. Glover. Glover is one of those games that I feel is overhated. It's different, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's not great. I mean, you look at it and you're like, whew. But Glover has very interesting mechanics on using the glove, controlling the ball, throwing items into holes and hoops, and keeping everything together. Juggling, bouncing on balls. And the funny thing is, all those mechanics and physics work. They're not broken. They just require a lot of that. I feel that a lot of gamers playing Ocarina of Time, Banjo-Kazooie, Bomberman Hero have much time for that. They're like, ugh, I gotta move this ball. I just want to go to the level and kill things. But playing this game recently, it's okay. It has some very enjoyable physics. It has some very enjoyable mechanics. And though its levels are very bland for the most part, the ideas it tries to convey is very unique. And, if you get the chance, it's super cheap. I think you can get it for like $5, even less. Give it a try if you're willing. I mean, it does require a lot of patience, I will say that. But Glover is definitely okay in my book. And last, for the Nintendo 64, keep in mind, I just recently rebought this console, so it's going to be a while till this expands a little bit. It's Diddy Kong Racing! Yeah! This right here was a heavy contender, the best racer on Nintendo 64. Mario Kart 64, I have that on Virtual Console. I'll talk about that later. But with Diddy Kong Racing, this was before, like, Diddy Kong Racing knew that Mario Kart 7 was cool before Mario Kart 7 was cool, if that makes any sense. If I even made that joke correct, I probably didn't. But it's one of those games. You have not just the kart, you have the plane, you have the hovercraft, and it's very cool how it does all this and implements all these mechanics in it. Boss fights. It's really like a rare platformer with cars. This is what should have been. Nuts and bolts should have tried to have been more like enjoyable. Even with customization, I'm fine with that. But Nuts and Bolts was kind of a drag, a huge drag. Whereas Diddy Kong Racing was enjoyable the whole time. You had so many interesting challenges, fun boss fights, boss races, cool characters. My favorite is Banjo and Timber, the lion. And I like to race as Diddy every once in a while. Enjoyable soundtrack. This was, again, a great gem from Rare. And the fact that I just got it for like well worth the cash for me. Diddy Kong Racing. It is an amazing racer. So that's the Nintendo 64. We're going to move on to the Game Boy now. Yes. Game Boy is another one that's kind of lacking because emulator phase. And because of that, I got rid of pretty much all of my Game Boy games because not only did I go through that emulator phase, and I got them all in my hand right here. But I think it was the time that the DS was no longer, well, the DS was out, so it was no longer playing Game Boy games. So I had no other reason, no other way to play these games. And then I got things like Super Game Boy. And that being said, I rebought some Game Boy games, and they're very cheap. This one's very small collection. Here we go. First up, yikes. If you thought the movie was weird and kind of lacking, you haven't played this game. This game is like an unenjoyable Zelda clone. And I mean, there's a lot of Zelda clones out there, and most of them are quite enjoyable. This one's not one of them. I think the most interesting thing I can say, and again, it's just because of the movie, is it's a Zelda clone where you play as a female character. But again, if I do a Let's Play of this, it would just be to like rag on it and be like, ugh, have a look at this. Like, you have bad hit detection, enemies that just kind of have weird patterns. It's just not that fun. So yeah, and on it when it comes to the movie, it has some good scenes, but we're not here to talk about the movie. We're here to talk about the game. But as a game, it's like, oh yay. I don't even know how I came across this. I think it was just there for like $2 or $3, and I'm just like, oh, what the hell? And then I played it, and I'm like, whoops. Whoops. Oh no. Not my quest for Camelot. I just got done ragging on it for about 3 minutes, and it fell, and I'm like, oh no. Men in Black. Yikes. You're going to be hearing this a lot when I go through these very few Game Boy games. When you buy a game that's $2.50, just because you're bored and you're like, oh, what the hell? What is this game all about? You're going to get some mighty fine disappointments. And Men in Black is one of them. Men in Black is, oh dear, a weird side-scrolling shooter, very stiff, very slow. And when I put in the Super Game Boy, it has like very puke green colors and piss yellow. So I like to adjust those a little bit. But Men in Black, between the two, I'd play Quest for Camelot. Don't play this hunk of junk. So yeah, not too fond of Men in Black, but I don't see anyone getting mad about this one. I don't think anyone seeing this video is going to be like, oh, Men in Black was a classic. It was a great one. No. This is Men in Black, and you watch. Someone's going to be like, Men in Black was a classic. You should do a Let's Play on this. Hey, here's something that's somewhat decent. Super Mario Land. Oh, I just stepped on some toes. I said somewhat decent. A lot of people really like this guess out of it. Like, they put it up with Wario World and Mario. Yeah, I'm like, get out of here. Just, I mean, it's all right. It's fun. It's different. It's the Majora's Mask argument. It's different, so it's automatically the best. No, I don't really go by that. Different doesn't necessarily mean bad, but it also doesn't mean it has to be the absolute best. Super Mario Land is very short. I think even shorter than Kirby's Dream Land. All right, they're close. They're close. But Super Mario Land, I think one of the most enjoyable things I can say about it is it has different mechanics. Like, it has a shooter mechanic and a sub mechanic. But I'll be honest, it just doesn't leave much of an impression. There's 4 levels. One of them's actually hard. And that's the one, the cavern with all the spiders and stuff. That one's actually hard. Instead of Princess Peach, we have Princess Daisy, but she's nothing really different. Instead of Bowser, we have Tatanga, but he's nothing really different. Again, it was a Game Boy game, so I can't ask for too much. I wouldn't mind if these characters and worlds were revisited in a modern Mario game. I think that'd be interesting. But it's okay. It's just I'll never hold it in high regards compared to the other Mario games. Wizards and Warriors X. Even at this time, developers like putting X at the end of everything, which you'd think would make 10, but this is only the 4th Wizards and Warriors game, and there's only 4 of them. So Wizards and Warriors X, Fortress of Fear. It's a handheld Wizards and Warriors game. The boss theme is Crazy Train. There's a fun little tidbit for you. I kid you not. I'd do a Let's Play on this just to show you that boss theme. Well, not necessarily a Let's Play. I could also do a War Dog log on this. And just be like, check out this boss theme. I really liked the first Wizards and Warriors, and we'll get to that shortly. And when I played this, it was okay. The levels, of course, are just going to be like bricks and stuff. But it's a fun little time waster. And I mean, these are Game Boy games, so I can't expect too much. So it's a fun one. And last for... No, not yet. I have 2 more. Come here. I'm staring right at it. I forgot to take it out of the Super Game Boy. So this one will be next. But Pocket Bomberman. Like I said, I'm a fan of Bomberman. I like my Bomberman. Bomberman Hero is the one that kick-started my love of Bomberman as a series. And Pocket Bomberman is not one of them. Pocket Bomberman is a beast of its own. It's kind of more puzzle-based. Even different from the classics on the NES and the arcade. Pocket Bomberman is its own thing. It's a good time waster, but it's not really much of an adventure game. You just go up this tower with like different floors, and it's one of those cases. And this and the NES did it a lot, where you look at the cover, and the covers are so engrossing and action-packed. You think there's going to be a lot more to it. Biggest cardinal sin of these is Castlevania The Adventure. And I don't know that hunk of junk, but I will be purchasing it because I'm going to be doing a video on that. But as for Pocket Bomberman, it's okay. And last but not least, the Game Boy game that I like the most. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Fall of the Foot Clan on the Game Boy. It's a fun, enjoyable game. The mechanics work. I think it's a lot less frustrating than the NES game that a lot of people like. I'm not going to hold it to the same standards as Turtles in Time. I don't own Turtles in Time because Turtles in Time is really expensive. And I don't see its price dropping anytime soon. So I don't think I'm going to have Turtles in Time for a while. The only way I'm getting Turtles in Time is if I get a good buddy who gifts it to me. Wink. No, I'm kidding. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Fall of the Foot Clan. It's a fun game. You get to play as all 4 turtles. I mean, as soon as you start, you're fighting Bebop and Rocksteady. Whew, almost got flanked. They're the first couple bosses. And it's a fun action game. It's what I wanted this to be. I wanted this to be like a fast action, just time waster, shooting things will be fun. But no, this is kind of stiff and clunky. This one's pretty fluid for a Game Boy game. So yeah, that's something that you're probably not going to hear much of, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Fall of the Foot Clan. It's a fun time. Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power. Okay, the Wii. Do I want to take out the entire shelf of the Wii? What do you guys think? Do I want to just take it down from the Wii? Oh, I started. I might as well continue. Might as well. Exit stage left. Ouch. Hey, yeah. Okay. Let's have a look at my Wii games. This is when I start having a lot more titles because this was the time when I bought games and I didn't sell them back. So I didn't have to repurchase them. That's the reason why Game Boy and Nintendo 64 was fairly lacking. And there's I think two other consoles that are just as lacking because of the same reason. I sold a lot of my games. I'm getting them back. Okay. So start out with the Wii. You ready? Ready? Super Smash Brothers Brawl. Tripping. It's a piece of shit. No. It's a fun one. It really is. I really like the Subspace Emissary. I know it has a lot of bad segments, but it was a nice idea. And it was the first time that we saw all these characters together story-wise and see them actually interact with each other, not just fight. And that was pretty cool to see. And Super Smash Bros. Brawl has just tons of remixes, tons of content, tons of characters. I don't want to really compare it directly to Melee because I can't really pick which is better. But Super Smash Bros. Brawl is an enjoyable game. And I don't know. I just feel like it gets a lot of flack. And I don't really know why. Like, if you like Smash Brothers Melee, I don't see why you wouldn't really like Brawl. Tripping isn't really that bad. It is annoying, and I'm glad they got rid of it. But it never really said, "Oh, tripping, you piece of junk. I'll never play you again. I'll never touch you. I'm going to boycott you." It's just kind of like, "Ugh." It's a weird mechanic. They tried it. It didn't soar very far. But Super Smash Bros. Brawl, it's a fun fighter game. Online isn't that good. I have good memories with couch co-op, but with online, online, my online experiences, all my stories revolved me just smacking a bag and then going back to the menu because I ran into internet problems. So if your experience was somehow different, good for you, but mine was not. I was fighting the sack bag or whatever his name is. He has an official name. I don't remember it off the top of my head. But I fought him a lot. And I could not fight online. But now, and we'll get to that later, now I can play online. And I realized that I suck. I suck pretty hard. But I still have fun playing it. It's fun to unlock all this stuff. And I think that was the main reason why I kept coming back to Brawl, other than the couch co-op, was there's so much you can unlock, so many trophies, so many CDs, so many of those like little glass achievements, hours upon hours of content. If you're a completionist, this will keep you busy, and it's just a lot of fun from start to finish. So tripping's not that bad. It's just irksome. So yeah, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Next up, Donkey Kong Country Returns. Yes. So much yes. I love this game. I love this game because I thought I would never see a game like this again. Like when this was announced at E3, I remember just going, "Oh my freaking God, it's Donkey Kong. Oh, he's back." It's like that JonTron video. He's back. I've been waiting for you to come home, baby. But this baby did come home. She came home and she delivered. Oh, it was a beautiful reunion. It was like renewing wedding vows. Oh, it's so good. And the sequel's even better. It really is. Like this one just brought back memories, but it's not as good as the Super Nintendo games. The sequel, and I will emphasize on this when we get to the sequel, I think is just as good, if not better, than the Super Nintendo games. Yeah, I went there. Come on. Come at me, bro. Why am I saying that? I'm such a goof. But Donkey Kong Country Returns, I love this game. The Tikis, they didn't do much for me. And I did kind of miss the Kremlings, but at the same time, I think it was the levels. The levels were so good that I was just able to see right through the tikis and be like, this is okay. And the boss fights were actually fun, which brace yourselves. With the exception of the K. Rool fights, I don't consider them that good in the original Super Nintendo games. The original Donkey Kong Country games did not have very good boss fights. The K. Rool fights were good, but the bosses themselves, no, they weren't that good. This game has some pretty decent boss fights, and its sequel has amazing boss fights. So Donkey Kong Country returns, the Kong is back, and I would actually be really excited if we have a Donkey Kong Country 3 at E3 this year. I know I don't want to be that guy who's like clamoring for more, but I'd like another trilogy. And I mean, we got a Metroid trilogy, but I know people want their Metroid 4. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get mad if it doesn't happen, but if it does happen, I'll be like, woohoo. And a lot of my friends don't like Donkey Kong. Like, Gal doesn't like Donkey Kong just because of monkeys. And I'm like, one day this shall be remedied. Because you can't judge Donkey Kong just because they're monkeys. It's too good to pass up. It's Donkey Kong. It's freaking Donkey Kong. And I can't say any more because that's a copyrighted slogan. But I'm going to let my dog in now before I go on to the next game. But I love me some Donkey Kong. And Donkey Kong Country Returns was just... mwah. Yes, I missed this. I missed this so much. And I played the crap out of this when I got it. And I'll play it again. And I want to co-op it, but I can't co-op it with Gal because she don't like monkeys. So we'll see. Maybe she'll say something stupid in one of the future episodes, and I'll catch her and I'll be like, all right, punishment. You got to play Donkey Kong. Yeah. Come on, guys. Support me. You know you want to see Donkey Kong. I'm probably going to read the comments and it's going to say, like, stop praising Donkey Kong. No, okay. Come on. It's Donkey Kong. All right. Stop it. All right. I'm going to let my dog in before we move on to the next title. Come here. Yeah. You're not the dog I want. Hey, dog. It's okay, babies. Come in. Yeah, you took a tumble. You coming in, buddy? You're just going to look at me. Come on. There we go. Before we get to the next game. Well, I see your tail. Come here. Okay, just go lie down. What the heck? I don't broadcast, and the dogs want to get up all in my face. I broadcast, and the dogs just want to... They're like, no one wants to see us. We're just dogs. They're all cat people. Are you all cat people? That's fine. I like cats too. Next up, Zack and Wiki, the quest for Barbaros' treasure. Anybody like point and click adventure games? Because this is one, and it's pretty good. It's pretty creative. This is one of the few games that really took the implementation of the Wiimote times 10. Like, instead of gimmicks, there's actual mechanics with the Wiimote. Like, you're moving things like... I actually did it. I actually did this with... And I'm trying to sell this. I'm trying to sell this to say it's a good game, and I do this. So yeah, this is a great game because you could do this with the Wiimote. It's fun, though. It's very fun. It's very quirky. It's very challenging, too. Like, it offers a feature. It's like, if you want to admit you suck, we can tell you where the secret is and where the key is you're missing, and you'll lose points. Or you can go around in circles and try to figure it out. But when you figure it out, you feel like, yeah, I got it. I got to keep my score, damn it. It's a point-and-click adventure game with a lot of very cool puzzles, a lot of very interesting puzzles. It's very challenging, and I think it would make a very cool video, even Let's Play. Because it would be a lot of trial and error, and I think that would be a lot of fun and have a lot of laughs. And most of all, not that many people know about this game. I think the only other time I saw anybody talk about this game was a Yahtzee's review. He actually did a review of this game way back, and he somewhat liked it. Yahtzee, like in a Wii game? How very interesting. But yeah, Zack and Wiki, Quest for Barbaros' Treasure. A very enjoyable game, very quirky. And you have numerous death animations. Like if you screw up, there's like 1,000,000 ways to die in the West. But this is a million ways to die in Zack and Wiki. I don't even think I found them all. There's just a lot of ways you could screw up, and like 90% of them are hilarious. And Gal, it's okay. It's just a monkey. Calm down. If the viewers want this, we can do this. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, Zack and Wiki, fun game. I have no idea if you can even find this anywhere because I bought this just when it was a new thing. I bought it at a Best Buy, and I was just like, this looks cool and quirky. This was at the time when this was a good thing. It's not a good thing now, but there was a time when this was a good thing. Next up, Klonoa for the Wii. I'm going to keep this one very short because I'm currently doing a Let's Play of this. You can check it out on the channel. We're currently at part 4. And I just got done cleaning up the audio for part 5, so that'll be up within the next week or 2. But Klonoa for the Wii, it's a remake of Door to the Phantom Owl.
Are you in there, baby?
Which was a
enjoyable
game.
Wow. Open your windows, turn on AC.
Oh, well.
Come on, D. Kiki. Dallas is watching if she wants the AC.
I'll turn on the AC. The secret revealed. I live with my parents until I can save up to get a place of my own. But they're nice and patient. They're nice and patient, and they're letting me save up. So I can be thankful for that. All right. Okay. Where was I? Klonoa. Sorry for the little interruption there, guys. Klonoa for the Wii. It was a remake for Door to the Phantom Owl on the PlayStation, the Sony PlayStation. I never played that game, but I bought this just on a whim because I saw it in the Nintendo Power. I was just like, oh, this guy's very interesting, very kind of cool looking. And it's made by the creators of Pac-Man. And it's very short, but I guarantee you it's memorable. When you get through this game, you won't forget it. And that's all I can really say. Klonoa for the Wii. Again, if you want to see more, check out the Let's Play. I'm currently doing a Let's Play of this with Gal. And so far, it's looking good. Okay. Dragon's Lair Trilogy. This is, yeah, you might raise your eyebrow. You're like, Trilogy? There's only 2. There's Dragon's Lair, Dragon's Lair 2 Time Warp, and Space Ace. We just threw that one in there. So yeah, it should definitely be the Dawn Bluth trilogy, not the Dragon's Lair trilogy. But this is actually all 3 of the original games implemented using Wii controls. And I mean, if you like the original games and you want unlimited continues without popping a quarter in every time you die, this is for you. That's all I can really say. Again, much like Zack and Wiki, it could be very fun for like the trial and error effect. But other than that, yeah, I like Dawn Bluth. That's one of the reasons why I own this. But yeah. Hey, puppies, you want to come here? You want to come here? Oh, you like that? Next up, Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. Well, there was a Indiana Jones game that I played while I was a teenager, and I actually own it, and we'll get to it during this event later. But for now, we're going to focus on this game, Indiana Jones and the Staff of the Kings. I'm pretty sure this was supposed to be a PlayStation 3 title, and it was supposed to implement very interesting mechanics. But that game was canned, and the next thing I know, there was an Indiana Jones game for the Wii that looked very similar to the the early PlayStation 3 game that just kind of disappeared, and it became Indiana Jones Staff of the King. This is a game that kind of used motion controls not in the best way it could have. And I think the game as a whole suffers because of this, especially in the flying. You got to do shit like this to fly an airplane. That's not very enjoyable. But there are a couple mechanics that are like you can wave the Wiimote and use the torch. But at the time when I was playing this game and I was playing, I was getting sick of the Wii motion, and I just wanted like. I don't mind a little bit of shaking, like in Super Mario Galaxy when you're just like, wah! But in Indiana Jones and the Staff of the Kings, unlike Star Wars games, this is a LucasArts game series that I've only liked one so far. And I've played a handful of Indiana Jones games because I like the Indiana Jones movies. Yes, even the fourth one. This one's just okay. I don't even remember the story. Let's see. That's the back of this. Let's see here. Grab your whip and get set for a thrilling adventure in the classic Indiana Jones tradition. All new stories set you on a perilous around-the-world quest for the Staff of Moses. Immersive controls. Wink, wink. Yeah. Quotations on that one. Immersive controls of the Wiimote will make players of all ages and abilities feel like indie. But the question is, do you really want to feel like indie? Use your environment creatively to beat the odds. Again, it has some nice ideas, but I think it didn't implement them as well as they could have. Like, you can actually grab objects to help attack enemies, and I think it's used better in Uncharted 3. But for now, this is just an okay game. I thought it would be something a little better, but turned out it wasn't. Oh well. Sonic Unleashed. Sonic Unleashed. Oh boy. Talk about overhated. I mean, this is a game that I would really put in like my top 10 Sonic games of all time. It has really cool levels. Both day and night, though I do agree the night does kind of drag a little bit. It does kind of drag on. But the Werehog's not really that bad. I mean, it's just a very watered-down beat-em-up. And compared to a lot of the other Sonic games, this one was a breath of fresh air. Like, I was like, you know what? I'll let you pass. You have a couple bad areas, but of the whole, you're an enjoyable experience. And the soundtrack is beautiful. Like, I like how it captures like each location of the world with the areas that you go through. You're going to go through like an Italy area, an Africa area, a China area, and the music, top notch, really nails these areas. And Sonic Unleashed, I don't know which is better, the 360 version or the Wii version. But the Wii version does have the better final boss battle, in my opinion. Because I actually played the final boss at a friend's house. And I think it's just a nostalgia trip because the fight itself is just kind of eh. This one's more like Punch-Out. So yeah, Sonic Unleashed. Decent Sonic game. Not a great one. Not a terrible one. I mean, you get people that's just like, oh, this is a piece of shit, just like Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic. No, it really isn't. And especially today with something like Sonic Boom. A lot of you should be going back to this one and being like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You're just okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an optimist. Sonic Unleashed. New Super Mario Brothers Wii. I really like this game. I really do. I liked it a lot less when they released it again 2 more times. But no. I want to just hear me out. This was the first time I ever got to play a platformer a Mario game and a platformer, not just with friends but with family. Like something happened here when we bought this game. Like my dad pitched in to play it. My sister pitched in to play it. She liked being Toad. Even my mother sometimes. And like it was fun experience all around. Going like I'd be Luigi. I like Luigi. My dad would be Mario. But like so many great memories we're hearing. There he is. There's my baby. Oh, here comes the viewers. Here they come. Oh, I'm gonna go from like 3 to 7. Oh yeah, there's my baby. I love my baby puppy. That's my Shiba. It's a Shiba Inu. That's my baby Weskers. If you know me at all, you know I love my Weskies. There he is. Oh, you sit right there and you just stick along now. I actually lost a viewer. What kind of numbnut doesn't like a Shiba Inu? Oh well, I don't care. New Super Mario Mothers. New Super Mario Brothers Wii. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's Mario Brothers Soulless. But to me, it was playing a classic Mario adventure with 3 other people, 3 other friends, and having a ball. Like, there were times where we didn't even care about the star coins or saving the princess. We made no progress because we spent like 3 hours killing each other. Just picking each other up and throwing us in the ditch, hogging the items. And I guess it could ruin some friendships. But when I was playing this, it was just all in good fun. We were laughing. We were having a good time. I was like, no, for God's sakes, I don't want to lose another life. Pop my bubble, you selfish bastard. A lot of good laughs were in this one. And I think that's why I really love this game, is because of the memories it holds. And when I play this with another person, or even if I play this with like Gal or one of my friends today, there'd still be new memories and new things happening, always keeping things fresh. When at face value, you look at the game and as a whole, it's not really that fresh. It's just New Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario Brothers 3 all over again. But when you actually play it and take into account the memories and the experiences you have, New Super Mario Brothers... Why is that title so hard to say? New Super Mario Brothers Wii is an enjoyable experience. It's a lot of fun. And this is the only game that I just have nonstop laughs in a platformer. Like, usually that's in fighting games, like Smash Brothers, and racing games. But for New Super Mario Brothers Wii, that was when I started having good memories on a platformer with 3 other friends. And again, it united my family. Super Paper Mario. Super Paper Mario. It's a little different than the Paper Mario you're used to. Don't get me wrong, the other 2 Paper Mario games are really good, perhaps even better. But still, this one's good in its own right. You do look at a lot of the characters, though, and you're like, looks like someone's 5-year-old did the concept art for that. It's very simplistic. Very, like, I could make it's a little bold, but I think I could. Yes, you're very beautiful. Would you like to talk about the game? But the art is very simplistic. But I think where this game won me over in the end was the story. This has a fantastic yet simplistic love story. It's powerful. The writing is just the right notch to where it's not overly complex, but it's not really babyfied. It doesn't really spoon feed you like you're unintelligent. It takes this seriously, and this is like, look at this. Look at how colorful and sweet this is. But it is a tragedy, and it is a beautiful love story, and that is where this game shines, is its story. And I could say this is the best story for a Nintendo game. This one right here has a really good story, and it's a lot of fun. And I do like the implementation of switching between the 2D perspective and the 3D perspective. I think that's very unique, and it does play a part in some very cool levels. But Super Paper Mario, as much as I hate the title, Paper Mario and Super Paper Mario. What's next? Super Duper Paper Mario? New Super Paper Mario? I'll quit. I'll quit if the next Paper Mario is new Super Paper Mario. I quit. Yeah, enjoyable game. I wouldn't call it an RPG. It has little RPG elements, but I wouldn't really classify it as an RPG. Just little sprinkles here and there. But it is a fun game. Super Mario Galaxy. Oh, boy. All right, let's just get this out of the way. Which is better? This has better story. This has slightly better levels. Both have amazing soundtracks. Oh my god, the soundtracks of both these games are just like fusion. Yoshi is not just an added gimmick. He really adds a lot to the game and adds a lot to the gameplay styles and a lot to the materials. But I think this one has slightly better levels. And I think this one does have, like, really cuts the fluff that this one has. And there's not too much fluff. There's just a little bit of fluff. Like, the observatory, as much as it's pretty to look at, it is very, go from point A to point B, go around here, go up here, there's the next level. Whereas this one's just stage select, more focused. This one has Rosalina and actually has a point. So I don't know. I guess you'll have to wait until I do a video about these to figure out as a whole, but they're both very good games. I enjoy them very much. These are the top tier Mario games. I really like them. I don't want to say they're the best, but I definitely put them like higher up. They're great games, and just the soundtracks, my God, they're glorious. They're the best video game soundtracks I've ever listened to. And I'd purchase them if they weren't like $90 each. Like, even $90 for both of them would be a little understandable. But no, Super Mario Galaxy, perhaps the best game on the Wii. Really good. And Super Mario Galaxy 2, even more good stuff. And, yeah. All right. Medal of Honor Vanguard. There was a phase when I tried out first-person shooters. This was one of them. It's okay. I mean, I'm not a first-person shooter guy. I try to get into them. There's a couple other first-person shooters here, but you'll notice that out of most of the genres that I have, that one's the lowest. I'm not big on first-person shooters, and I thought I had one with Metroid Prime, but I was told it's not a first-person shooter. So I said, well, that explains why I like it then, because it's not a first-person shooter. So yeah, if you play Call of Duty, if you played it, this is on the Wii. How weird. I actually have another Call of Duty game on the PlayStation 3, but I'm not going to be showing PlayStation 3 games because those are out there. So I'll just talk about those. Yeah. Next up, Xenoblade Chronicles. Look at that price tag. It was worth it. Oh my God. What the hell's wrong with me? Like, it's just now sinking in. I spent $80 on this game. I'm so glad it's good. Imagine if it wasn't good. I'd be like, ooh! But no, Xenoblade Chronicles, oh my God. I have not put time to a game as much as I did in this to this day. Like, this one holds the record. 89 hours I put in as many hours as I put in dollars in this game, okay? Incredible soundtrack. I really like the majority of the characters. And within the first couple hours, something really cool happens that I think got me hooked And from that point on until the ending, I was just enjoying like the entire experience, and I was there for the ride. I was there the whole way. I always wanted to be like, oh my God, what's happening next? Because it wasn't as predictable as I thought it would be. And I played a fair number of RPGs, especially JRPGs, and this one still threw a couple monkeys in the wrenches. I mean, there's one plot twist, and I'm like, oh yeah, no kidding. But there's a couple other ones that were pretty clever. So Xenoblade Chronicles, it was my favorite game of the year of 2013. I put so many hours into it that it pretty much took up that entire year. That's why there were only 5 games on that list. But Xenoblade Chronicles is one of my favorite RPGs, one of my favorite games. I love it. Thank you, Operation Rainfall. Thank you, Nintendo. I'm super stoked for Xenoblade Chronicles X, but I don't think lightning will strike twice, but I still think it's going to be an amazing game. Like, I think it's going to be another Avengers Age of Ultron. Still good, but whoa, this is amazing. It happened with this. It's still fantastic game, fantastic soundtrack. I really like the characters. And I have no regrets. $80, and it's a fantastic game. I don't do this often. I wouldn't buy Little Samson. The Oregon Trail. Wait, there's a story behind this. The Oregon Trail is going to be something that I'm going to do a video of in the near future. It's fairly different from the original, probably not as good as the original. I highly recommend playing the ones you can play on the computer. This one you can actually steer your caravan. And it's amusing. It's the Oregon Trail with some Wii motion graphics and 3D models and stuff like that. So I'm not going to say too much on this because there will be a video explaining more, but the Oregon Trail. Oh, look. Metroid Other M. Okay. I've already done a video on this, and I've gotten a little bit of flack. I expected a lot more. A little bit of flack. Because I didn't entirely hate this game. I don't like this game. I think this game does have very glaring flaws, a lot of them. But it does have some good bits. It does have some bits that I still think were great on paper, executed very poorly. And I think the notion that it's a very sexist video game, and I even read the article Elephant in the Room, I don't buy it. And I don't want to get into it right now, but I get the feeling that one day I will have to just do like maybe a Let's Play on this. I'm talking like years from now. And like address everything, because this was a game that was just okay. And then I looked on the internet and it turns out like people just absolutely hate this thing. Like this is like worse than Star Wars prequel kind of hatred. This is just abysmal trash. This is like, it offends people. It sickens people. And my honest opinion is just, I'm sorry you feel that way, and you're entitled to your own opinion, but don't think there's anything wrong with me because I don't feel the same way you do. Like, after all, those are just feelings. Just because you're offended doesn't mean you're in the right. But again, the damage is already done. It has some good bits, but I can't defend this with like a flaming broadsword and say it's actually a hidden gem, because it does have flaws. It does have a lot of flaws, but it's just not a steaming pile of shit to me. It has some really good aspects, and it has some really good ideas, but the execution is just like, oh, you missed your mark. And again, if you guys constantly want to just flood, it's probably not the people watching, but I've had a fair number of people just show me videos and articles of people that hate this game and why. And again, the article, The Elephant in the Room. And again, there's a lot of detail and a lot of research, but I'd like to quote Matt Patton say it's just a theory, a game theory. And that's just how I stand on this. So we're going to put this away. Now put your pitchforks away. Mario Power Tennis. I had it on the GameCube, sold it, said I want it again. I got it on the Wii. It's fun. It's enjoyable. Mario sports games are the only way I can play sports games. Certainly not Madden. Certainly not like NHL. The Mario sports games are very fun, and Mario Tennis is no exception. I have a lot of fun. I like playing with my friends. I get really active in this. I get really into this one. So yeah, it was offering the new play control, and I'm glad. I'm glad this happened. Metroid Prime Trilogy. Can we all admit that this is amazing? Do I get a little bit more clarity, and are things just a little bit okay? Is it? Oh well. Metroid Prime Trilogy. God, these are great games. Like even Echoes, and I talked about like my problems with Echoes, but it does do a lot of things well. I think its pacing is the worst part about Echoes. But the Metroid Prime Trilogy, this is the way to play the Metroid Prime games. Because I had a buddy, I showed him the first Metroid Prime, and he liked it, but he did say, these controls are really stiff. And when he got Metroid Prime Trilogy, and he played it again with the motion controls, he was like, oh God, so much better. And then I've played the Trilogy. I was just like, oh God, it is so much better. The way to play the Metroid Prime games. I have no regrets. Like this one's okay. This I'd pay for a collection. This is perfectly reasonable. This is a great deal, and it is a great game. If you see this at a store and you like Metroid games and you want to give this a shot, do not pass this up. This is a great collection. Absolutely. And I will be addressing these in further detail in the worst to best. Those videos are coming. They'd be coming sooner, though, if a certain eShop would release Zero Mission in North America. Would be nice. So you know how Sonic Unleashed, I think, is overhated? This game, I think, is fantastic. I think this, not just my top 10, probably my top 3 favorite Sonic games of all time. This one right here. This one like either takes the silver or the gold. This game is amazing. You can keep your generations. You can keep your Sonic Adventures. I like colors. The Wisps are really good. Their implementation like doesn't detract from what makes the Sonic game enjoyable. It took what this game did in sprinkles that was really good and amplified it. That's the word. This is a fantastic game. It has a simple story, but I don't think you should knock it for that, because this is supposed to be a children's game, and Sonic games never had a good story to begin with. I'm sorry, they never did. Not a single one of them. Feel free to argue. Let's see if anyone's arguing. No one's arguing. That's because it's again, simple story, but it is a very enjoyable game. I love this game. It's simple, yet it has some challenging bits. It has great soundtrack, just like this one. But this one doesn't have a werehog. So if you like the daytime stages in this and wanted to see more of it with better mechanics and better level structures, Sonic Colors. Okay. Halfway done with the Wii's. I know. like I've been at this for an hour. I have. Wii Fit. It was a phase. It was kind of funny. I think my parents liked it a lot more. If you're wondering where the hell that Wii Fit trainer came from, this is it. It was fun for a time, but I'm glad it's a phase that has passed. If you like Wii Fit, and it's absolutely fine. Just this is not a game that I'm going to say, oh, I have so many grand memories. No, it was an interesting mechanic. It was fun. I am glad that it did try something new, though, and it did bring a lot of people into gaming as much as a lot of the casuals. The casuals. Hey, gaming's for everybody. I'm so sick of us locking doors to people based on what they play and what they like. We live in a day and age, like, and I'm going to say it again when I go through this entire collection. We have so many games to play. The games that you like are there. Let games like this alone. Just let it happen. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to play it. But don't shun it and make fun of the people that like this kind of stuff. That's just how I feel. It's just Wii Fit. It's okay. This being released does not prevent this, okay? This kind of stuff is still going to come. You're still going to see the quality games that you like, that you grew up with. I don't get this whole abandon the hardcore, but again, Nintendo wanted to get a couple more people into gaming. They did it. Filthy casuals. Jeez, oh man. How's this world coming to? They go Lord of the Rings. I don't even know if I should continue this Let's Play. But then again, Christopher Lee just recently passed away, so maybe you'll be seeing the return of this. The Return of the King and the Two Towers. Like, we stopped at the end of Fellowship of the Ring. I hate to say this. You play one Lego game, you kind of played them all. And I mean, you could say the same thing with a lot of series. You really could. And I kind of exhausted myself on the Lego games. So at the moment, like even Lego Jurassic World, I'm like, I'm not into it. The best thing about the Lego games that I go through now is the cutscenes and how they take classic movie cutscenes and kind of redo them in Lego and add their little twerks and little tidbits here and there. But Lego Lord of the Rings, it's fun. It has some fun little moments. But I guess I'd only recommend this if you love Lord of the Rings or if you love just Lego games and you want to collect them all. A Lego game's a Lego game. They're pretty fun, but I think my problem was that at this point I went through Lego Indiana Jones, I went through Lego Batman, I went through Lego Star Wars. So after beating Lego Lord of the Rings, I was just like, oops, I'm exhausted. Don't you dare show me another one of these. I don't ever want to play it again. And it happened when I was starting Lego The Hobbit, and I was just like, no, I'm not doing this. So, yeah. Lego Lord of the Rings. Resident Evil, The Umbrella Chronicles. It's a light gun rail shooter, and you get to use the Wii Zapper. And it implements levels from Resident Evil 1, not 2, I believe. 1, 0, and 3. And a couple special levels itself, and even an Albert Wesker segment. This was DC Douglas's first video game role. It ain't that good. It is very cheesy. Oh, the cheese is dripping and landing on my shoes. But it's a fun light gun shooter. If you want like little tidbits of each game, like maybe you can play this, or if you really love the Resident Evil franchise, you can probably play this, but I really recommend just playing the original games over this. Like, it's fun, it's enjoyable, it's kind of like House of the Dead, and it's a lot more fun with a buddy. If you're playing with a friend, then you have a lot more fun. But don't judge the games themselves on Umbrella Chronicles. Actually play Resident Evil 1, preferably the GameCube or the PlayStation 4. Is it 4 or is it 3? The remake, Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 3. Play those. Those are what the games are actually about. This is just abridged, watered down, put into light gun. Like the levels themselves are only like 5 to 10 minutes long. The games are much longer and have a lot more meat and a lot more substance. So, yeah. Speaking of which, Resident Evil 4. This game, this is going to divide some people, got me into the Resident Evil franchise. I don't know what it was, but I remember playing 2, and I couldn't get into it. When I was very young, my mother banned this one for me. Like, she wasn't fond of this at all. And it took a while, but eventually I came of age to where I said, I'm going to try me some Resident Evil. And this was the time when the PlayStation 2 version came out. And I was going to try that, but I forget what happened. But as time went by, I just saw this in the store, the Wii version. And I read a review that said, if you have not played Resident Evil 4, this is the way to play it. And I played it, and I got hooked. Then I played Resident Evil 5. It was okay. So I was kind of hooked, and then they cut the line. So I haven't even tried 6, but a lot of people say it's abysmal. This game got me into Resident Evil. And it's very... It's so cool. I mean, it's really cool. I mean, a lot of people... There are some people that really don't like it because it was the start of the straying from the survival horror to the more action-packed. But I think this still has a nice blend. It makes it more interesting. And it has some really cool boss fights. And I think it's the controls. It's the controls. Because I go back and play the older games, and those stiff tank-like controls, not a big fan. But the cover shooting controls in Resident Evil 4, match made in heaven. Fantastic. And combined with the motion controls with like pinpoint shooting, oh, I was in bliss. Hey, buddies. So yeah, Resident Evil 4. Tales of Symphonia. Dawn of the New World. Well, I liked the first one, so I said, hey, why not? Try this one. No. This has 2 cool characters. One of them's the villain. One of them's a cat-like creature called Tenebrae. I love Tenebrae. If I ever do a video on this, and you guys see Tenebrae, you'll know why I like him so much. He's just a very swarmy, sarcastic. He knows a lot. And he does it to get on the other character's nerves, and he loves to tease. Oh my God, does he love to tease. But this one cashed on the fame of the original and kind of cheapened their shots, and I think at the end they shot themselves in the foot. Because I think this could have been a really amazing game, but they decided to skimp on it. And no, it's not just because it was on the Wii. Because... And remember, this was also on the Wii. This is one of the greatest RPGs of all time. So this could have easily been closer to this, but they decided to just be real cheapos, and it shows. So yeah, it's a mediocre RPG. It's not terrible. If you want to try it, by all means try it. If you want to play it, give it a shot. If you like the first one, if you love the first one, and are very hostile, you might want to stay away from this guy. You might want to keep you away. Yeah. Tales of Symphonia. All right. Gosh, dog. Come on, babies. All right. Moving on to the next one. Punch-Out for the Wii. This is the first time I ever played Punch-Out. It's really fun. It's really exhausting. It's really challenging, though. This game's a lot of fun. like have a group of friends and then just stand in front of the with the Wiimotes in hand and just duke it out and be a champ. There are a lot of very cool. It's just so funny and quirky. It has a charm to it. It has a very sense of style and charm, and I think that is what makes Punch Out for the Wii. So it's like a slam dunk. Really cool fighting game. Like it. Really cool. DreamWorks Super Carts. This isn't mine. This is actually my sister's. I should give it to her because this is a broken hunk of junk. Okay? Okay. Kirby Epic Yarn. Fantastic. Fantastic. Epic. Oh, yeah. This game is creative bliss. Like every little window, every little segment of each level, you can tell they put so much time and care into this art style of yarn, and it pays off so well. I don't think you're doing this game justice by dismissing it just because you can't die. It's not that kind of game. Like maybe there is a small challenge if you want to collect and get all the gold medals and collect all the furniture and stuff like that, if you want to complete it. But it is an enjoyable, aesthetically, it's a fantastic game. It's so glorious to look at. Like, it gets me really excited for Yoshi Woolly World because it's this art style in 1080p, and it's not the photorealistic graphics that win me over. It's not. It's the very unique artistic styles that bring me to this world that I thought I'd never see before. Like, if I want to see something realistic, I'll just step outside. That's about as realistic as you can get. Or just look around this very room. Or watch a movie. But when you get something that real life can't really convey, when you get something unique, something special of its own, like Kirby's Epic Yarn, that is the kind of stuff that can win me over. That is the kind of art style and graphics that I love. Something unique, something very fresh. And Kirby's Epic Yarn is a perfect example of that. It's just such a beautiful game. Speaking of Kirby, I got the 20th anniversary collection. Okay, real quick. This one has Kirby's Dream Land, which I did a one episode Let's Play on because it's a fairly short game, very short. It has Kirby's Adventure, which was later Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland. Kirby's Dream Land 2, which has the Animal Buddies. It was the debut of the Animal Buddies. Kirby Superstar, which is just a colossal titan of a game. The first time I played it, I couldn't believe how big that game was. And I was a kid when I played that game for the first time. I was just like, oh my God, the game never ends. It does. But again, at that time, compared to like Super Mario World and Donkey Kong Country, it was a game that went on for quite a while. Kirby's Dream Land 3, the art style is pretty good, but the game itself doesn't leave much of an impression. I think it's mostly because I played Kirby's Dream Land 3 after I played Kirby 64, which is the last game on this collection. Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards. And when you play both of those games back to back, you do sense a little bit of sameness. You're going to see a lot of the same bosses, the same characters. And I found out that it's actually a connected story, which is pretty cool because it has the same villain. But the Kirby collection, I love me some Kirby. Kirby is one of those series that, to me, proves that the game doesn't have to be hard or difficult to be fun and enjoyable. Because Kirby just masters that by being super enjoyable, super simple, unless you're talking about True Arena and stuff like that, and still just loads of fun. I don't know how they do it, but the Kirby games do it in spades. They're so enjoyable. Maybe it's the ability system. I don't know. But the Kirby games. Oh, hold on. Let's actually see the case here, because it kind of has like this Western vibe to it. 20 years of Kirby. I don't have Nightmare in Dreamland. That is not Nightmare in Dreamland. Kirby's Return to Dreamland. I like that game a lot more than all these games combined. Like even Superstar. But that game belongs to my sister, so that's technically not part of my collection. I might have to repurchase it myself to actually officially have it. But that's a fantastic game itself. And I did a couple videos with some friends just goofing about. You can find that on their channel if you want to hear some of my thoughts on that. But Kirby's Return to Dreamland is a fantastic game. The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Okay, this seems to be a running trend here. This is a game that gets a lot of flack that I don't think deserves it. Does it have flaws? Absolutely. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Does it get a lot of undeserved flack? Yeah, it does. This is a game I think that's all about preference. I really do. Like, there's going to be some things where you're like, that doesn't really bother me. But it might bother the living shit out of somebody else. And that's just going to happen. When this game was announced, and I knew that it was going to focus solely on motion controls, I knew right off the bat this would be the Zelda that divides them all. This would be the one that people are going to love this and hate this. And there's going to be some in between. This is the Zelda that's going to be all over the place. Before this one, there's a lot of people being like, Zeldas are masterpieces. There's not a single one that's terrible. And still today, I believe there's not a single one that's terrible because I really like this one. But the majority, this was when people said, I like this, I hate this. And they all do have, there's a lot of truth in all their arguments. Again, it's a game all about preference. And I'll save that for another time because it's Zelda. Come on. Toy Story 3. I thought this would be like Toy Story 2 on the Nintendo 64. I grew up playing that game. And it was fun. This one's kind of not. It's based off a good movie, though. Really good movie. It's a goofy license game. This was the time, like my dad had a habit when I was young. He didn't know what to buy me. So he'd either go with Mario. Zelda kind of stuck in there along the way in Castlevania. But he'd go after license games because that was something that he knew I'd like. If I liked Jurassic Park, he'd look for a Jurassic Park game. If I liked the movie Aladdin, he got me the Aladdin game. And even during this era, when I was very old to get games myself and borrow my scopes, he'd still buy a couple of these licensed games, and this is one of them. Oops. Pikmin 2 I have yet to beat, which is why I do not own Pikmin 3 yet. But I've heard good things about Pikmin 3, and it does look very beautiful. But Pikmin 2, really cool. I do like that they got rid of that time thing, the time thing, and really pressuring you. I think this one's a lot more easygoing, a lot more welcoming and inviting to the player because first Pikmin, and it was very frustrating at the time. I might give it a revisit, but Pikmin 2, I've been playing this for on and off. Very enjoyable, very enjoyable. I might give Pikmin 1 another try. I think Pikmin 1 also has a Wii version, but it doesn't matter. I have a GameCube as well, so it don't matter which one I get. But really looking forward to trying out Pikmin 3, hopefully within the next year. So you might see this somewhere in this year's upcoming, and by upcoming I mean late December, early January, favorite games of 2015. This one might be in there because I'm currently playing it. And last but not least, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Oh boy. This is a fantastic game, let me tell you. It's a very slow and drudging intro, though. I can't deny that to this day. The first time I play it, I'm like, where's my Zelda? Where is she? Where to go? But once you get to the first dungeon, there's a lot of payoff here. And This is the big, gritty Zelda that everyone wants, and you got it, and it's fantastic. It has really good story, excellent dungeons. I think this has some of the best dungeons in the entire series. The sound took a couple. Oh, I really liked it, which is odd because usually I love Zelda soundtracks, but this one took a while. Like, it used to be the weakest Zelda soundtrack for me. When I first played it, I was like, you know what really stinks about this game? The soundtrack. But I played it a couple times, and now it is a really solid soundtrack. I think this one's kind of better, though, soundtrack-wise, but this one's still pretty good. Zelda Twilight Princess. Again, another Zelda game, so I'll be talking more about this in the future. And that is the Wii. Okay, it's finally over. The Wii bit. The Wii bit is one of the longer ones. It got a lot of Wii games. So we're going to take about 2 minutes until I grab the next one, which is... This one's a lot shorter. Also on this list, just throwing it out there, I have a couple virtual console titles, and they are Neutopia, which was a TurboGrafx 16 Zelda clone. Kind of enjoyable. It doesn't really leave much of an impression, but it does have some nice music. It's pretty fun. I might show that off sometime. Mario Party 2, my favorite Mario Party. I can't play the first one. That one hurts my hand like shit. Like, that one's not just jumping on the bandwagon. That one legit hurts my hand. I never played the Mario Parties on the GameCube, but I played them on the Wii. Ooh. And I don't quite remember 3. Yeah, I do. I played 3. 3 was good. I think 2's slightly better. Pitfall: The Mine Adventure. I don't know much to say about Pitfall, to be honest. It kind of reminded me of the Jungle Book, which I'll get to later on the Super Nintendo. Only it was taken a lot more seriously, so it wasn't nearly as colorful in Disney. So it was still the same aspect. It had the same kind of mechanics, had the same level structures. And so yeah. And Gunstar Heroes. Gunstar Heroes is my favorite game on the Virtual Console that I play. I play it a lot. I play it with friends. That's a fun game. That is one of the first couple of Genesis games that I've ever played. And good impressions. And I usually don't like the Genesis soundtracks. But Gunstar Heroes is a good one. And Star Fox 64, because I have yet to rebuy the actual cartridge of Star Fox 64. So I have it on the Virtual Console. And Star Fox 64 is a very fun classic. But, and I'm going to get to this in a little bit, but guys, if the Star Fox they announce is not exactly Star Fox 64, give it a chance. It could still be a good game. Because we are really brutal on the sequels to Star Fox 64. Like, think about it. Out of the entire franchise, we only like one game. And we're getting excited for Star Fox for Wii U. If it's the exact same as Star Fox 64, people are going to be pissed. If it's fairly different from Star Fox 64, people are going to be pissed. Good luck to you, Star Fox. I'm going to give it a fair chance no matter what it is. All right. So that for real is all of the Wii games. Uh-oh. DVD. Okay, much like the Nintendo 64, this one's still in the building process. There are a couple games that I used to have that I no longer have, so this one's going to go fairly quick. Starting off, the disc is actually in the PlayStation at the moment, but RPG Maker. I grew up with it, and I'm currently in the final steps of creating my RPG, but I'm having difficulty figuring out how to share it with everyone. And I've come to the realization that it may be an outdated technique, and it may not be possible anymore. But I still might share the game that I've made through videos and something, just to be. And hopefully, I can. Looking forward to playing this. If it turns out I can't share this online, I really don't know. But hopefully, I can make it up with either. I guess Mario Maker would be the best way, because I'm stoked for Mario Maker. And Mario Maker, I know you can share levels. And I use a Mac interface. I don't know that many game makers on Mac. Even though I don't know. I have to really look into it. But RPG Maker, if you like RPGs and you want to try your hand at your own with Dragon Quest style gameplay and battles, I highly recommend RPG Maker. It's a very good way to understand how to develop a game and what goes into creating an RPG. And it's a nice way to implement stories, like if you like writing stories. Rayman, not as good as the second one, but still a very enjoyable game. Very hard. This is a very challenging game right here. Yeah. It's actually one of the things that it emphasizes in here. Rayman is one of the first games, and it was made famous for this because it had CD quality sound effects and music. Like the soundtrack for this one is beautiful and of high quality, and it was something as good as the soundtracks on Nintendo 64 are. They couldn't match the quality of this, and that was one thing that PlayStation had the upper hand in because of having the disc. I mean, it's just going to happen. Not knocking the Nintendo 64. This still has some good soundtracks, but gotta give credit where credit is due. This one has a better quality. It's a fun, enjoyable platformer. Very hard, very addictive. I think Rayman 2 is a superior title, but this is still fun. So remember, this is the real Rayman origins. This is where it truly all began. Aladdin in the Zira's Revenge. See what I mean about the stickers? Damn shame. This game just kind of crept up on me. I saw it, and I remember growing up with a Super Nintendo version of Aladdin, and I remember the Genesis version. And a lot of people prefer that, but we've already been through that. I don't. I don't prefer it. And this one kind of snuck up on me because I was looking for a video game on Return of Jafar or King of Thieves, and this came up. And this is something that you really got to see to believe. This was around very early PlayStation. So imagine Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase, not gameplay-wise, but look-wise. Very early, blocky. But I can stomach that stuff. I can stomach bad graphics. I can look past that, look at the game as a whole. And as a licensed game, it's okay. It's decent. Croc, Legend of the Goopos. This is the first PlayStation game I ever bought. I bought it with my PlayStation. I'll never give this game away. It's probably going to rot into oblivion. This disc has been through so much, but it still plays. Croc, Legend of the Goobo. I didn't start with Crash Bandicoot. I didn't start with Spyro. I started with Croc. Croc was my first PlayStation game, and it was really fun. Let me tell you, the tank controls do take a bit to getting used to. But once you get past that, you're in for a pretty good time. And it's funny because I keep reading, and apparently this was supposed to be a Yoshi's game. This is supposed to be along the same veins. Like either this was supposed to be one of the concepts for Yoshi's Story, or shortly after Yoshi's Story. It's kind of why when you look at him, he kind of is like a Yoshi. But Nintendo rejected it, and Sony took it up, and it became Croc Legend of the Goopos. And I honestly think this is better than Yoshi's Story. That's for another time. Croc Legend of the Goopos. And last for PlayStation for now, I'm going to be building on this one. Wild Arms 2. The Wild Arms games are really cool. JRPGs, Final Fantasy style, set in a steampunk / Wild West setting. Glorious soundtracks. I really like the characters and a lot of the boss fights in this. One of my personal favorites are the duo Liz and Ard. They're a pretty cool duo. They're like the Bigs and Wigs of this game, but they're really enjoyable. They're funny and they're fun to fight. And I found out later as I played more Wild Arms games that the creator is a big fan of kaiju. So a lot of the bosses are heavily inspired by kaiju. You'll be like, oh, hey, this thing looks exactly like Rodan or Space Godzilla. So Wild Arms 2. And that's all PlayStation for now. Sorry if that one's like super lacking. I'll make it up to you with PlayStation 2, which is what we're going to move on to right now. Okay. PlayStation 2 time. This one's around the same length as... Oh, wait. Whoa. How could I forget? Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase. I did a Let's Play of this. View-wise, this is my most popular Let's Play. Someone kind of needs to explain this to me. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's a licensed game and not many people know about it. So it's just like, what the hell is this? Or maybe they think it's the movie. And they're trying to watch the leaked movie. I'm like, nah. You can't break the law on my watch, buddy. This is the video game. You're going to listen to our commentary. You're going to like it. Blah. It's Crash Bandicoot-like. It's not the worst licensed game out there. But it's not really a good one. It's just meh. Yeah, I got it when Blockbuster was going out. Anybody remember Blockbuster? Oh, how times have changed. Okay, now we're ready for PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2. I almost tripped. Whoa. Starting off with Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. It's like Metal Gear Solid with animals. It's a quirky game. Has some stealth, has some action bits. I think the sequel does the kind of stealth kind of genre a little better. But this is very enjoyable. It's by Sucker Punch. They eventually went on to play Infamous, a game that a lot of people tell me to play, but I'm not going to play for a while. I got too much on my plate and too much I want to put on my plate. How does that make sense? I got a lot of games that I got to finish, but I got a lot of games that I want to start after. So Infamous is in a long waiting line. Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. I love the characters. My favorite is actually Sly himself. He's a real fun character. Kind of a smart aleck, level-headed. Not afraid to use his brains. He's not like some kind of like oblivious youth. He's confident. He knows what he has to do, and he's going to do it. Sly Cooper is a very cool video game to play. All right, we'll have this over here. Speaking of Slide 2, I am going to repurchase this because I don't like these covers. Yeah. So we're just going to look at the disc because that's how I like things to go. Slide 2. I'm in the last couple levels of Slide 2, and then I'm going to move on to Slide 3. So I haven't played Slide 3 yet, but I'm going to buy it shortly after. But Slide 2 took what Sly Cooper did and enhanced it, especially in the stealth segments. And each level isn't set up so much as a level like it was in Sly 1. It's more like an actual planning a heist and planning a whole scheme and stuff. There's layers and things you have to do, and you can play as the multiple characters. So they really took the thieving motif and went with it in this one, whereas this one's just a platformer with thieving bits. So yeah. God of War. Okay, this is a game that, all right, I really like this one, but this is a series that's kind of decaying for me. And we'll get to it. But for now, God of War is a game that has a really good story. And honestly, I know it made a lot of money, so it's obvious that a sequel was going to happen because demand was for it. But this is what I like to call the Jurassic Park syndrome and the Pirates of the Caribbean syndrome. And they stand perfect on their own. Like, this game is a complete package, beginning, middle, end, and it wraps it up nice and has a perfect conclusion. And I like some of the sequels, but the way the series has gone through and just the way it is now, it's a damn shame because a lot of the newer games really defy what this game stood for story-wise and narrative-wise. And this character right here, Kratos, really cool in this game. Somewhat decent God of War 2 and so and so on. But after a while, you kind of start to hate him, which is a shame because he was a likable character. He had flaws. He had his demons. He had problems, but he was a good character. He was well written. You understood him. But just lately, he's just kind of sickens me, to be honest. But this is a good one. I like this one. Hey, remember when I was talking about other first-person shooters? This is Turok. That's another game that I want to get on the Nintendo 64 because I actually grew up with Turok 2 Seeds of Evil, and I never got past the first area. Oh my god, you have to free these people from these cages? I had no idea what to do. So I'm going to revisit that and hopefully see what kind of gem is in there because I like dinosaurs. There were no dinosaurs where I were, though. There's just a lot of water and cages and... Ugh. This one has some dinosaurs, though. This one's pretty cool. It also has some gliding sections where you can ride on a pterodactyl. That's fun. It runs. I'm reminded of Avatar now when I play these segments. But it's a fun first-person shooter. This is a first-person shooter that I can probably say I like, and it is a first-person shooter. Don't give me that. It's not a first-person shooter. It's an adventure game. Crap. I'm about 99% confident this is a first-person shooter, and I like it. It's a good game. God of War 2. Copy and paste my thoughts of God of War 1. The story... Let's see. God of War's story is so good. But this one's not really needed. It's not a bad story. It's just not needed. But it's a good game. It does have a lot more to it. I think this game has a lot more content. Whereas this game, while a complete package and a perfect ending, it's fairly short. It's over before you know it. This one gives you more bang for your buck. But it ends on a cliffhanger. And it creates a beast of its own. So yeah, God of War 2. Gameplay-wise, fantastic. Story-wise, nope. You're the cause of all this. Final Fantasy XI. This was the first MMO I ever played. I went by the name of Isel. I played it for 2 to 3 years. And then I went into World of Warcraft for about a year. And then I fell out of MMOs entirely. But this was the MMO that I played for the first time. This is my first one. So I have some fond memories of this one. I think the servers are down now, so I don't think I'll ever revisit those memories. Which is, if I ever do get into an MMO, I'm going to try to record it. That way I can keep those memories. Which is one of the reasons I like doing Let's Plays, is I get to conceal memories. They're like time capsules. You can view them anytime. But this was my first MMO. It has a special place in my heart. Not my favorite Final Fantasy game, obviously. But oh, by the way, back there with the PlayStation, if you're wondering why I don't have the Final Fantasy games, remember those games I sold? I sold all of them, all of the Final Fantasy games. They were worth a lot of money at that time, and I regret it. So one day I'll buy them all back. So I'm sure that sickened quite a lot of people. Where are you Final Fantasy games? Whoops! What arms? Where's Final Fantasy? Oops. See, I even got an expansion pack. You know that something's close to your heart when you go out and buy the same damn thing again. Expansion pack. Chains of Promathia. I think it had another expansion pack, but at that point I lost interest. Second, first, same as the first. Again, I think the servers are down, so I'm probably never going to play that game again. Kashi Samurai Legend. Oh my god. This thing reeks of Nomura. The Kingdom Hearts guy. It's creaky and it's kooky. It has a couple fun boss fights. But it's really freaking weird. Your main hub is on the back of a giant whale. I can't make this up. This hair. Look at that hair. I'll tell you what, though. After I beat this game, it made me be on the lookout for Brave Fencer Musashi. And holding this game right now reminds me that there was a time when I was looking for it. And I think now would be a good time to see. In fact, let's do it now. This thing has had enough interruptions. Just going to see how much Brave Fencer Musashi runs. Because that's probably the next PlayStation game that I want to get. Because Musashi Samurai Legend has some good ideas. It's somewhat interesting. But it's fairly short. Whoa, $45. And Musashi Samurai Legend goes for $3. Alright, so I'm not going to get Brave Fencer Musashi for a while. But still, this is the sequel. It's okay. Kind of has that Nomura crap of everything's just... At least the story's not too complex, thank God. Thank God, Nomura, you managed to keep a simplistic story. Whew. Next up, Star Ocean Till the End of Time. Just bought this. Don't have much of an opinion on it. It's kind of like Tales of in Space. To be continued. Yeah, Star Ocean Till the End of Time. It's greatest hit, so I think it could be good. I like the Tales of games. So yeah, we'll get back to that. Again, might be another game you see at the end of the year. RPG Maker 2. I was so hooked on RPG Maker when the next one came by, I said, alrighty. And I bought the strategy guide. This is a confusing one. This one's like, whoa. This one's like opening up 3DS Max for the first time in college and being like, damn. I don't have a damn clue what I'm doing. It's crazy. Yeah, RPG Maker 2. You can make something really cool if you have the patience. This requires a lot of patience. Who knows? Maybe I'll revisit it and actually go through the guide and go step by step. Let's make a game. Again, realizing now that sharing games is a lot harder, it kind of struck the buzz. Kind of a buzzkill, but still, it's enjoyable. There's some good songs too. Devil May Cry. This is a game that my buddy gave for me. I don't know if it was for Christmas, for my birthday, but this was after playing Devil May Cry 3, and that was where the mistake was made. All right, let's just go to Devil May Cry 3 real quick. There it is. Devil May Cry 3. Devil May Cry 3. Really fun hack and slash. Really cool story. I really like Dante as a character. I really like a lot of the bosses. I really like the villain. I really like. It's a fun game. And this is the special edition. So I got to play the easy mode, and then I got to experience the hard mode, which was the original easy mode. Wow. Feel bad for you guys. Then again, I just have to get good. But it's so fluid. There's a lot of styles. There's a lot of ways you can, numerous ways you can play. This one, and I mean, I know it's the first one, very stiff, very slow, and my friend told me this was supposed to be a Resident Evil game, and it all makes sense. This was supposed to be the original Resident Evil 4 before they scrapped it and redid it from the ground up. And it's an action game with survival horror mechanics, camera control-wise, so it's very stiff. It doesn't blend too well. You're kind of slow, and that's just the start of the problems with this game. And like Star Cycle, a lot of bosses. There's a total of 5 bosses, and you fight them all 3 times. That ain't fun. That ain't fun, guys. Voice acting's atrocious. Ugh, the dialogue's not good either. The levels are very short as well. Like, there's like 20-some missions, and half of them are going through 2 hallways, killing a batch of monsters, and then getting your score. So yeah, I don't know if playing this game first would have killed my interest in Devil May Cry, or if it would have made me say, okay, I understand this is the first one. Let's see where it goes from here. So I don't know if I would have even played this game if my thoughts on this were the same. Because this one's a lot of fun. This one's pulling teeth. Again, with the stupid covers. Gauntlet Dark Legacy. This is my multiplayer go-to game. I had so many memories with my dad playing this. It's such a fun game. Like, there's so much you can do. So many characters you can play as. So many levels. So much challenge. It's just really fun, really addictive. A classic arcade. It's Gauntlet Legends with an additional, I think, 4 realms. And it just makes it like the perfect package. A beautiful dungeon crawler, hack and slash, arcade game. I love it. The sequels just don't do this justice. The sequels are not getting why this was such a cult classic, why this was such a fantastic game. And it's a shame because I don't think we're ever going to get something like this again. But it really is a beautiful game. One of my favorite multiplayer games of all time. Now, if we could just have one like this, just with online multiplayer. I don't know why it's that hard. Castlevania Lament of Innocence. 3D Castlevania game that's actually pretty good. Actually really good. That's a pretty interesting story, and this was the first origin story, like how it all began in the Castlevania series. My complaints are few and far between. Mostly, the castle itself is fairly linear, and it's very stage selecty. Like, there's an actual room that makes me feel like I'm in Mega Man. Like, select your stage. So there's like a lack of exploration that I was wanting. But I feel we're gonna cover this one right now too. this one did better. This one did the levels and the layout better and the exploration. And this is like Symphony of the Night meets Dracula, Dracula's Curse, because you do more than just explore the castle. You explore like the entire, there's forest, there's an aqueduct, there's mountains. This one's really cool. And there's even some like Pokemon elements with the innocent devils. And it's better than it sounds. It's really cool. So both of these are pretty decent Castlevania games. And I know when people associate 3D with Castlevania, their immediate thought is, ooh, boo. These are okay. I don't know if they're really Metroidvanias. I don't know if I could really call them that. They're close. They do share a lot of Metroidvania things, the bestiaries, the maps. But in their own right, they're both enjoyable games. Mega Man Anniversary Collection. As soon as Capcom announced the Legacy Collection, I just looked back at this and I said, nope, covered. I'm good. This one doesn't just have Mega Man 1 through 6, the NES classics. This one has 7. And this one has 8. And this one has footage from the original Mega Man TV series. That's a guilty pleasure, let me tell you. This one has, I think, an arcade, yeah, Mega Man like power battles. So, like, what's the deal, Capcom? You did something really great and fantastic in the PlayStation 2 era, and here we are, like, PlayStation 4, 2 eras later, and you're making something that I can guarantee is going to be worse than this. What the hell's wrong with you? And the whole reason you're doing it is because you don't want Inafune and Mighty Number 9 to get all the monies. So, boycott Mega Man Legacy. Yeah. Just go out and buy this if you haven't already. It's much better. I mean, it's the Mega Man games. I can't really review them all individually. We'll be here all night. Even more so than we are now. My God. RPG Maker 3. Remember my thoughts on RPG Maker 2. Copy and paste. Only this one is a lot more generous and welcoming to the user. Actually put in a lot of work in the models, the 3D models. And it's the first time you have a battle system they can use that's not just the frontal view like Dragon Quest, but more like Final Fantasy. So that's cool. Wild Arms Ultra Code F. This is the remake of the very first Wild Arms. It's a beautiful game, but after doing some reading up on, it's a bad translation. It's a bad English translation. There could have been it could have been a lot better, but it was kind of cut up a little bit. So it has a couple bruises, but if you know nothing about the Wild Arms series, I highly recommend either playing the original or this one. It doesn't matter. This one does have a couple goofy translation errors, but it does have also a more enjoyable battle system, and I think it also has the superior soundtrack. So, yeah, Wild Arms Ultra Code F. Really enjoyable game. Even comes with an anime. Yeah, check that out. Wild Arms Twilight Venom. Anime. Radiata Stories. Radiata Stories is another very enjoyable RPG made by Square Enix and also by Tri-Ace. They did Star Ocean. And it was after playing this that I heard of Star Ocean and said, I'm going to try that out. I think one of the things I like most about this game is that halfway you get to split paths and you can go either the human path or the non-human path. You get two completely different endings. And the first couple hours is a very goofy, quirky, funny RPG. But within the last 10, it gets dark and brutal. Like, people start dying, dropping like flies, characters are dying. the party's just shattering. Like, people don't leave. The party itself just shatters. And it really builds about convincing others to join you, because you can recruit up to 175 party members in your whole rank. And it has a very interesting battle system too. You can actually give commands and tell people, "Hey, attack that enemy here," or give us assistance. So I'd say it's worth giving it a shot. It has a very deep and dark story, and has some very funny bits. The main character is goes through a lot of development, and he starts out as just a real arrogant pain in the ass, but enjoyable, unlike the main character of Tales of the Abyss. Oh, snap burn! Wild Arms 4. Cheesy, goofy story, but it has a really cool soundtrack and a really interesting battle system. I hate the main theme, though. Oh my god, is it goofy. Every time it comes on, I'm like, mute! Muty mute! Yeah, Wild Arms 4. We'll get to that some other day. Here it is. Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. This was an Indiana Jones game that I really liked. It was around the same time that everyone else was playing the Tomb Raider games. And I said, oh, I need Tomb Raider when I got the real deal. I got Indiana Jones. And this was before the Uncharted games came out. So this is the best I thought these games could get. These kind of treasure hunting, archaeologist kind of games, to where you're doing exploration and you're raiding ruins and stuff like that, and going on expeditions. Before Uncharted came and really blew me out of the water, this was what I thought the best could get. And it's taking a movie license and making its own original story with original characters. I mean, this isn't Raiders of the Lost Ark. This isn't Temple of Doom. Excuse me. And this isn't The Last Crusade. And certainly not Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. This is actually what could possibly be the Indiana Jones 4. Like, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb is a really fun, really good game. I don't know anybody ever played this, anybody really knows about this, but this is a fantastic game, really good. This is one that I'd like to show off on the show, to be honest. This is one that actually has a wanna-play being written at the moment. So look for this in the future. Maybe you'll see a playthrough. I don't know yet. Tales of Legendia. This was after playing Tales of Symphonia. So, has a very interesting soundtrack. More than interesting, like flat out beautiful. Like, Tales of Symphonia soundtrack is decent, and it does have a lot of good tracks. But this one has like amazing tracks, like of like high quality. Like, I think the opening theme is like something out of you'd hear out of a symphony, which at this time I didn't even know that was possible, that video games could come up with music of that quality. So like, this is one of the greatest perks of like CD, and like something that at the time you couldn't get on Nintendo's midis. Which they fixed when they got on the Mario Galaxy games. They jumped on the right bus. This one has some pretty good music. The story kind of drags, though. The story kind of like, just, come on, get to it. And like, it's a fairly long RPG. It drags a little bit. So if you're an RPG veteran, you might like this, might add it to the collection. But if you're new to RPGs and don't like that many long ones, stay away from this one. You'll fall in and out of interest, like I did. Legion, Legend of Excalibur. This is by Midway, the guys that made Gauntlet Dark Legacy. You can see a couple instances where it's a lot like Gauntlet Dark Legacy. But I I haven't played this game in such a long time, but I honestly couldn't give you my full thoughts on it. So who knows? This might be something that I might revisit soon as well, just because this is not something that a lot of people talk about. It's a really cool box art, though. And you look at the screenshots, and it's very like Gauntlet Diablo style. And it's set place in the realm of King Arthur, and there aren't that many games like that anymore. So who knows? Maybe there's something in here that's really good. Like, it's not what is outside, it's just what's inside that counts. The Bible game. A very goofy Mario Party. Someone bought this for me as, I think, a joke. It was like a cousin or something. And I was just like, oops. The Mummy Returns. Another oops. Whew, this was a very bad licensed game. This. No. This. Yes. If you want a really fun, like, Tomb Raider type license game, this. Yay. This. Nay. Nay. I think the best thing I can say about this is you can not only play as Rick O'Connor and play a very bad Tomb Raider game, you can also play as Imhotep the Mummy. And that's where it gets a little more interesting. Not just the fact that Kevin Michael Richardson does the voice of the Mummy in this. Yeah, I know. Kevin Michael Richardson does the voice of this guy. But it's not every day you get to, every video game you get to play as the bad guy, especially in this era. So it offered something a little new. So you got one shitty shit poop poop shit game, one kind of decent campaign. So yeah, it's got that going for it. Star Wars Battlefront, really fun Star Wars game, but I already revealed that not my favorite Star Wars game. Never going to be. Mine will always be the Super Star Wars Trilogy, and we'll get to those shortly. But yeah, it's a fun multiplayer game. Fun to have with friends when you have friends over. And there's not that many multiplayer games other than Gauntlet that I like to play on the PlayStation compared to Nintendo consoles, because just the 4 controllers and the fact that they just knew how to make those kind of cooperative couch co-op games. They're really good at it. They have a lot of titles for them. This one's pretty good. There were quite a few birthday parties where we'd play this and have just as much fun as Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, and Halo. Halo was there. Mega Man X Collection. My thoughts on Mega Man Collection are the same as here, only this one's Mega Man X. Mega Man X has a darker story, cooler bosses, and Zero, if you like Zero. But yeah, this one just has Mega Man's 1 through 6 and Mega Man Battle Chase, which is a racing game. It doesn't have all the Mega Man X games, though. You'd have to buy, and they were on the same console, so it's okay. Mega Man X7, I don't recommend. And Mega Man X8, I do recommend. It's actually pretty good. So, Psychonauts. Recently finished Psychonauts just a couple months ago. Gala introduced Psychonauts to me. She actually bought this for me on my birthday. She talked about it for a little bit. I was intrigued. I played it. It really is a game that you got to play yourself and try it out. If you haven't played Psychonauts, I highly recommend trying out Psychonauts. I don't know if there's ever going to be a sequel to this puppy. I wish there would be, because I think like the few grievances that I have, a few things that kind of irk me with this game, can be fixed and can be remedied in a sequel. So yeah, Psychonauts. Jak and Daxter. This is the PlayStation answer to Banjo-Kazooie, I honestly believe. Actually, this is Naughty Dog's answer to Banjo-Kazooie. This was after the 3 Crash games. They were the ones that did Crash, right? Yeah. They did. I had to think about that for a second. Jak and Daxter. Yeah. What do I think about it? Yeah. It's, it's a collectathon, all right. But it lacks something that Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Bad Fur Day and the Mario games kind of have. And I can't put my finger on it at the moment. But it is a little lacking. Pirates of the Caribbean, Legend of Jack Sparrow, a Pirates of the Caribbean license game. It's pretty fun. It's by Bethesda. I just figured this out. These are the guys that did Skyrim. Yeah, it does have the voice of Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp actually does the voice of Jack Sparrow in this game. I might have to play this game again. By the Elder Scrolls boys. Huh. Wow. Who knows? There may be something here that wasn't there before. Rygar. This was before God of War, not after. You know, a lot of people like to call this the God of War clone, the God of War copy. No. God of War was the clone. Rygar came first. Does it mean Rygar's better? No. It just means it came first. Rygar's enjoyable. Greek mythology, you have the thing called the Discarmer, which I used to think was like a killer yo-yo. And it's from Tecmo. They did the Dynasty Warriors games. It's a combo hack and slash shortly after Devil May Cry, but not as stiff as Devil May Cry. So there is a little bit of enjoyment in this one. So yeah, I think this one's better than the first Devil May Cry, but not as good as God of War. Still, this one came first, so it's not the clone. They're in the end of the PlayStation 2. 2 more games left. Dark Cloud. Like cel-shaded Dark Souls meets Zelda. This game's pretty hard. You can have your weapons break, which nobody likes. You can dehydrate. Enemies can kill you very easily. You have to stack and adjust the stats of your weapons. Enemies have different weaknesses to different weapons, so you have multiple characters to play as. It's a very challenging game. Very rewarding and very interesting. I really like the story to this one. And I really like the aspect of rebuilding the towns. I think that's put... So it's kind of like ActRaiser in the same sense that you're dungeon crawling, but you're also rebuilding the town the way you want it. Yet at the same time, the rewards you get are based on... you get better rewards when you talk to people and they're like, oh, I want my house near the windmill or something like that. So maybe there's not as much customization as you think if you're playing it right. But Dark Cloud, it's from level 5. And they made a couple very cool RPGs. Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud's cool. It's hard, but it's cool. It's like Dark Souls. It's like the cel-shaded Dark Souls. Final Fantasy XII. Oh, so we're ending with this one. We're ending the PlayStation 2 segment with this one. All right, let me get down to it. Final Fantasy XII. I waited a long-ass time for Final Fantasy XII. I played a lot of RPGs waiting for Final Fantasy XII. And when I played Final Fantasy XII, I had a very drawn-out, boring intro. A main character that I could not get interested in for the life of me. A license board that sucks the big one. A lot of people like Final Fantasy XII. They consider it the last good Final Fantasy. I disagree. I think that's 10. Final Fantasy XII has too much bullshit for me to enjoy. It has your stomach way too much stuff. This was a big disappointment for me.
and I haven't enjoyed a Final Fantasy game since. Which is a good thing, because I heard 13's not that better. Not good at all. Same with 13.2 and 13.3 and 14. And 15's coming out, and I've long stopped giving a shit. I don't know if I'll ever revisit this. I don't know if my opinions will ever change. But it's kind of like Xenoblade, but Xenoblade does two things right that are essential. But I feel like if Xenoblade didn't do those two things right, it'd be right up there with this one. Xenoblade may have massive worlds and exploration, but you can warp between checkpoints and areas at any given time. These is just a lot of walking back and forth, back to the dungeon, back to the town, going back and forth. And a lot of areas are hallways copied and pasted. Copy, paste. What is the other thing Xenoblade had that was better? It had an interesting main character who had a point. It had a drive. It had things going for it. It only got mundane near the middle, not at the beginning and the middle. When does this game pick up? I don't know. It drags. It drags through the mud. And the license board sucks. I hate it. And it offers too much customization to where you're only using 3 characters. You only need to use 3 characters. The character you're controlling as the main hitter, the tank, someone who balances it, and the magic user, whether they're healing or just casting black magic. That's it. You have someone for physical, you have someone for magic, and you have someone balancing it. That's all you need. And there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters, but you only need 3 of them. You're only gonna really level 3 of them, otherwise you're spending way too much time on this game. So yeah, not a fan. Not a fan. And that concludes the PlayStation 2 segment. How many toes did I step on? How many toes did I crush? On to the GameCube. We're nearing the end. The GameCube's the last one where I have a lot of titles. Ah. La da da da. La da da da. La da da da. La da da I wonder if this might get flagged because I'm humming a Disney song. Disney pretty much owns the world. Didn't consider that, did you? Oh no. Actually, you know what? Change your plans. We're going to do the Xbox 360 because it's a lot shorter. This is all I got for Xbox 360. So here we go. Lost Odyssey. I was playing The Last Story. Oh, yeah, The Last Story. I also have that on the Wii, but my cousin borrows it. And speaking of borrows, he also borrowed Final Fantasy X. Those are 2 RPGs that I really like. In fact, I consider The Last Story to be what Final Fantasy XII should have been. That should be the series Final Fantasy should be taking. Not whatever the hell Final Fantasy is now. Get rid of Final Fantasy 15. I don't want it no more. It's been too long. I don't care. Give me a Last Story 2. But this is also from the boy that made the earlier Final Fantasy games. And I've heard good things, and I've just started. I got to the 4th boss. Like, it's some big forest monster.
No, the forest monster is not the first boss in this one. It's actually a griffin. Very hard griffin. But I've heard some good things about it. This game actually won a couple, no, not awards, but it did get a lot of high recommendation from people. And it has Nobuo Uematsu doing the soundtrack, and again Sakaguchi still got it. Blazing Angels. This is my dad's. It's a fun little dog fighting pilot game. Okay. Tales of Vesperia. Now here's a Tales of game that I like. It has enjoyable characters. It has a really good soundtrack. It has very fun boss fights, and I think the only thing lacking for it is the story as a whole. Like, it really doesn't pick up until like the middle, but you have such interesting characters, and like they're such show stealers that it kind of makes up for the fact that the plot's like very minuscule until like you're already halfway through the game, that the plot really starts appearing. So yeah, this is an enjoyable RPG. Prince of Persia. This one's just called Prince of Persia, not to be confused with Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, an actual good game. This is just Prince of Persia. I've tried to get rid of this game 3 times now, but nobody wants to take it. GameStop wants to give me like $4 for it, so I said, bite me. It has goofy combat. You can't die. I think the best thing I can say about it is cel-shaded graphics. Winner of 7 E3 awards, huh? How many actual awards did it win? Alice, Madness Returns. I have not played Madness Returns yet because I recently just finished American McGee's Alice, which was another game that Gal introduced me to. And I liked that one as well. It reminded me a lot of Castlevania. It had some very unique levels and structure. Yeah, it was spooky. It was taking something that to be a little more lighthearted and really twisted it and turned it on its head. So I look forward to playing this one. But after getting this one, I got a code so that I could play the original American McGee's Alice. That was how I was able to play it. Now I can play it anytime I want. And that was a really enjoyable game. Bayonetta. We'll probably get back to Bayonetta when I go over my Wii U games. But for now, all you have to know about Bayonetta is that it's the superior Devil May Cry sequels. Like, Devil May Cry started to trail off. You can cut it right off at 4, and you can put this in Bayonetta 2 right after. And there you go. That's how the series goes. Lost Planet. Interesting concept. Really grueling and hard in a lot of later levels. It's another Havoc game. These are the people that made the Prince of Persia game I was talking about earlier. But this one has some cool boss fights, like giant and thermal bugs. And it's not every day you play a game that just takes place in like one type of environment, and does it well. And Lost Planet is one of them. But apparently Lost Planet got a couple sequels that I've never even touched. I've never even seen gameplay footage of the sequels. So this one's enjoyable, albeit a bit hard and frustrating. But I don't know. Have you guys ever played the sequels? You guys have any thoughts about the sequels? I'm gonna check in on you guys. Chatting every once in a while. I don't. Keep things. No, we're looking good. We're looking good. Okay. Dead Space, haven't even started. Heard good things about it, but haven't even started. Bought this recently just because it was $13 at a GameStop. I just saw it on a shelf, and I said, huh. Had a buddy recommend this to me, though. So, there we go. Dark Souls. Hello? Dark Souls. There you are. Dark Souls. Finally got on this boat. I think the only reason I stayed on this boat was because the person who introduced this game to me was not a complete knobhead. And what I mean by this is it's very difficult to bring me into a game that so many people like won't shut the frick up about, because what people, and like this is evident in episode 1 of Guild Grumps with World of Warcraft, what people tend to forget when introducing a newcomer, that if you really want them to enjoy the game, you really have to kind of walk them through the game. Like, take it steady, take it slow, let them experience the game at a slow, steady pace. It's kind of like adjusting a goldfish to its new environment, its new aquarium. You don't just drop the damn thing into the pond. You let it sit for a while, and you let it adjust and calm down. And that was what a good buddy of mine did with this one, and that's why I'm hooked right now. And I'm currently at the giant gaping dragon, which isn't that far, but still I'm having a good time. And I think one of the things that make this the most addicting is the fact that you play this game, and every time you die, you're like, I can do better. I could do better than that. And then you go back and you try again and you beat them, and you go again and you die, and they're just like, I can still do it. Next thing you know, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and you're like, wow, I need to get some sleep. So remember when I was talking about the Sega Genesis? And I said I never owned it. And then I finally got to experience the Sega Genesis pretty much as a whole. This little guy right here. We're just going to speed through them real quick. I'm not even going to summarize my thoughts on each of the games. These are the games that are included in the Sega Mega Collection. Alex Kidd in the Enchanted Castle. Goofy game. You actually play like Junking. It's called Junking, but it's actually rock, paper, scissors in America. But in Japan, it's called Junking. Goofy game, weird mechanics, couldn't get into it. Alien Storm. Okay, it's okay. It's kind of like a Contra. Altered Beast. Okay, getting a little better. A fun arcade game where you can transform into monsters. Beyond Oasis. Haven't played much, but it seems like Aladdin meets The Legend of Zelda. Really damn cool. Bonanza Brothers. That's a really enjoyable multiplayer game, let me tell you. You get to play as these two goofy crooks, and every time you get hit and caught, you go, shit! And it has just a groove and main theme. That bum bum ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum ba-da-da-dum. In fact, you guys have been so good. I'm going to play that through the rest of this list, because it really has a groove and theme, and it's not every day I really like music from the Genesis, because it has such a weird chip for me. So again, Bonanza Brothers. Columns. Columns is a puzzle game, kind of like Tetris and stuff like that. Comic Zone. That's an interesting one. It's kind of like a fighter taking place actually in a comic book. And it has like the frames and stuff and the bubbles, the pow. That's an amusing one. Decap Attack starring Chuck D. Head. I can't understand that game for the life of me. It's a goofy one. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Kind of like another puzzle game. Dynamite Heady. Nauseating. I can't look at it. There's too much shit everywhere. Echo the Dolphin. Echo 2. The Tides of Time. Okay, I tried these games. I couldn't get into them You get to play as a dolphin. Woo-wee. E-SWAT, decent. Fatal Labyrinth has some nice ideas, but mechanics aren't that good. Flicky, mindless, kind of like an iPhone game before iPhone games. Gain ground. Didn't play that much. Golden Axe, interesting. More along the lines of Altered Beast, a fun arcade game. Golden Axe 2, even better. Golden Axe 3, 3 and 2, they're both okay. Kid Chameleon, that's an interesting game. Pretty enjoyable. You can change your costumes and change slight little gameplay styles. Fantasy Star 2, really? No Fantasy Star 1? Oh yeah, okay. Fantasy Star 2, that one I didn't play. Fantasy Star 3, that one's a decent RPG. I played that one. Yeah, why did I skip 2? I don't know why I skipped 2. Fantasy Star 4, The End of the Millennium, haven't played yet. Rise Star, I did a video on Rise Star. Rise Star is an underrated gem in my opinion. Pretty damn enjoyable. Let's turn that music down a little bit. Shining Force. Sega's answer to Fire Emblem, only it was actually available in America. Pretty cool strategy RPG. Shining Force 2, same old, same old. Shining in the Darkness. Pretty cool dungeon crawler RPG, let me tell you. It has its own special art style. It's very colorful, it's very pleasing, and it has kind of like that maze, kind of like the first Fantasy Star. Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master, a fun ninja game. Can't say too much. Sonic 3, those bonus levels make me nauseous. Other than that, it's a pretty good game. Sonic 3D Blast, not so much. Sonic and Knuckles, see Sonic 3. Sonic Spinball, Sonic Pinball. Come on, it's a pinball game. It's enjoyable. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog leaves a lot to be desired. They have interesting levels, come to think of it. I think the only good one's the first one. Certainly not the Labyrinth, though. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. That's where things are getting a little better. That's like the first Sonic game I enjoyed that I played. It has Tails. It actually has very intricate, interesting levels. There's a lot of variety in the levels, especially in the bosses, too. So, yeah, and the final boss is enjoyable as well, which it is not at all in Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Streets of Rage, fun arcade beat 'em up. Streets of Rage 2, Streets of Rage 3, again, fun arcade beat 'em ups. Super Thunder Blade, not my cup of tea. Vector Man, pretty damn cool. Vector Man 2, didn't play. And there's also a couple from the Sega Master System: Golden Axe Warrior, Fantasy Star, Alien Syndrome, Altered Beast, Congo Bongo, Fantasy Zone, Shinobi, Space Harrier, and Zaxxon. I haven't played any of these, so I really couldn't tell you. But I have heard good things about Fantasy Zone. So, how about that? So yeah, the Genesis collection as a whole has some good games, has some games where I'm like, well, I wasn't missing out on much. And is it nostalgia? Could be. But all I know is that Genesis as a whole just doesn't my cup of tea. Has a couple good games, has a couple enjoyable games, but it doesn't have anything that really jumps out at me. It doesn't have a Final Fantasy 2. It doesn't have a Chrono Trigger. It doesn't have a Super Mario World. Sonic doesn't come close in my opinion. It doesn't have a Link to the Past, and it doesn't have a Super Metroid. So, yeah. That's my opinion. Take it to the bank.
All right, we are nearing the end, folks. 2 more after this one, then I'm just going to read them off because I don't have the remaining games in here. So now we're going to move on to the GameCube. Well, okay, GameCube time. Super Monkey Ball 2. These are fun and enjoyable, challenging games, very frustrating. A lot of the levels are very unique and are really like, there's got to be a way to do this. Come on, I can do this. And it took everything that Super Monkey Ball did and enhanced it. Even has a fairly enjoyable story mode. A lot of cool challenges, a lot of cool levels. Definitely superior to its predecessor, and a lot of fun. And again, just because it's monkeys doesn't mean it's bad. I'm going to be saying this a lot. It kind of sucks to have a friend that hates monkeys. Because I'm just indifferent towards monkeys. I'm like, whatever, monkeys are monkeys. Like, I'm not going to turn away from a movie or a video game just because it has monkeys in it. And this is another example. All right, let's turn off the music. You get that guy out of here. All righty. Puppy. Evolution Worlds. This was one of the first RPGs I played on the GameCube. It's a combination of 2 Dreamcast titles that I'd never played before. It's an okay RPG. It has some pretty cool battle weapons and animations that are fun to look at. I think my favorite thing is your butler Gray. You have a butler, and his weapon is a shotgun, and he can also do meditation techniques, and just those are hilarious to look at. Other than that, it's not an RPG I'd really go out of my way to get, but if you ever see it, it runs on the cheap, so give it a try if you want. It's not top tier, it's more middle tier. The Zelda Collector's Edition. This one has The Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, a very challenging but rewarding game. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. This is the only way I can play Majora's Mask at the moment, and apparently I recently found out this. Not recently found out. This is an emulated version of Majora's Mask, so it's kind of So I can't base my judgment of Majora's Mask as a whole on this. I have to go back and play the original on the Nintendo 64, or I'd have to buy Majora's Mask 3D. I don't know which one it's going to be yet. And it also has the demo to the Wind Waker. So this was cool. It was the first time we ever got a collector's edition of Zelda, and I was a fan of Zelda. And for a while, this was only exclusive to people who either registered at Club Nintendo, or it was some special membership thing. And eventually, as years went by, they actually released just physical copies to stores, and I got to net one. And it was the first time since being a kid that not so much played, but I was able to own the first 2 Zeldas on the NES. Looney Tunes back in action. Remember when this was a thing? This was a movie with Steve Martin and Brendan Fraser. And they turned it into a goofy platformer license game. And it's fairly enjoyable. You can play as Bugs or Daffy.
So if you're a Bugs fan, you can play as Bugs. If you're a Daffy fan, you can play as Daffy. And there's hundreds of tunes in this one. There's a lot of them. So if you're a big fan of the Looney Tunes, check this out. Viewtiful Joe 1 and Viewtiful Joe 2. Fantastic games. Really quirky. They're by Clover Studios. I love the writing in these games. They're so genius. I really like the mechanics of Viewtiful Joe himself. You can slow down time. You can zoom in. You can speed things up. And it resulted in some very interesting and unique puzzles. And these games have some fun bosses as well. My favorite being Fire Leo from this one. I really like Fire Leo. And my favorite from this one is Dr. Kranken. The Dr. Kranken boss fight is pretty cool. Also, the final boss is amazing as well. So, yeah. Viewtiful Joe. It's a shame that we're never going to see an actual Viewtiful Joe 3, but still, for what it is, it's pretty enjoyable. Kao the Kangaroo Round 2. Fun, goofy platformer at a time when platformers were the norm. Hey, every series had their oversaturation and had too many, and this was one of them. This guy was made by Atari. This was Atari throwing a platformer into the ring. I mean, we get a lot of oversaturation. People like to say that nowadays first-person shooters oversaturate and free-to-play games oversaturate, mobile games, stuff like that. And this was the time when platformers were oversaturating. And I mean, I do think because I'm more drawn to platformers compared to the other genres that I find more variety in these things. But I'm still not going to sing praises that these are so much more superior because this is basically just a generic platformer. Star Fox Adventures. I don't care what JonTron says. This is an okay game. I think the only reason people hate this is because it's not Star Fox 64, which gets to my point. Star Fox Assault is another game. Star Fox Command is another game. It's a lot of flack for not being Star Fox 64. It has different things. That's not Star Fox 64. Star Fox Wii U. I have no idea what the hell you're going to be. But you can't be this. You can't be Assault. You can't be Command, apparently. Because these things are just thrown to the trash for people. It's a shame because this is a fairly enjoyable game. I mean, this was the kind of Zelda kind of game that held me over till Wind Waker, and it was pretty fun in its own right, unique. Again, I like dinosaurs, maybe that's one of the reasons. But I don't know, I really liked the gameplay, I really liked a lot of the levels, and when you get over the fact that it's not Star Fox 64 and it's its own thing with just the Star Fox characters, it's an enjoyable game. It's not terrible. Not fantastic. I'm not going to say this is up there with Xenoblade Chronicles, Elder Scrolls Skyrim, Dark Souls. No. But it is an enjoyable game. There it is, Call of Duty. This is the first Call of Duty I ever played. Remember this thing? Remember when Call of Duty 2 Big Red one? Do people still talk about this? This is the difference between Call of Duty saturation and Mario saturation. People still go back and play Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario 64, Super Mario World, yada yada yada, New Super Mario Brothers. How many people legitimately is going to go back and play Call of Duty 2 Big Red one? How many people are going to say this in the same breath as saying Super Mario 64? Few to none, and few just got on the bus and left town. So this is a game that kind of just obscures into nothing, and that's the problem. The real problem with the Call of Duty games is you don't remember the ones like these.
you don't remember these things ever existed because nobody ever talks about them anymore. I'm surprised people are still talking about the first Modern Warfare. I'm like, oh my god, people remember that thing? The Legend of Zelda, Four Swords Adventures, kind of cool, kind of interesting with the mechanic, but overall, kind of lacking, kind of relies too much on Link to the Past. And then Link Between Worlds does the same thing. Oh well, it was a nice idea. A multiplayer Zelda, or at least trying to be a multiplayer Zelda. If for nothing else, it's a multiplayer Zelda. Okay. Baten Kaitos Origins. I remember this game. I don't know. Oh, this is the card game. Okay. All right. This is the card-based game, RPG, where you're trying to like restore the ocean or something like that. Magnus. Why do I not remember the story? All right, we're going to read the story. We're going to read the story. Long ago, before the age when people lived in the skies, there was an evil god named Malpertio, who summoned the Dark Brethren and destroyed the other gods. Following this violent battle, the world lay in ruin and the land itself was poisoned. But now, 1,000 years after the wars of the gods, people have fled the city, fled to several different floating islands in the sky, where most lead modest yet peaceful lives. But the ruler of one such island, the Emperor Olgan, is attempting to use his country's scientific advances to force his mechanization policy on neighboring lands and gain control of all the islands. Meanwhile, a young spiriter, or spirit born, known as Sagi, has entered the Empire's dark service with thoughts of revenge in his heart. One day, he is given a secret mission to assassinate the Emperor. Sagi takes the mission without thinking twice, chalking the assignment up a good fortune. But in truth, it is simply part of a twisted and fearsome plot. Embers smoldering in a far-off corner of the world will soon spread the flames of war across all islands. What can mankind hope to achieve by calling forth the descendants of the ancient gods? Ooh, this game actually does have a very interesting story. It's not what it seems. I can't talk too much about this, actually. It's something I highly recommend trying out and playing, because right within the first 10 minutes, some serious shit goes down, and there's a heavy amount of plot twists and stuff like this. The combat does take some getting used to because it is card-based, but the story is out there, and we'll turn you on its head. The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and Ocarina of Time Master Quest. A fantastic Zelda game. I will talk about it more in the future. The first 3D Zelda game, the first of its time, it really plowed forth the adventure genre. Z targeting is a phenomenon. Without it, I don't think people would enjoy adventure games nearly as much without Z targeting. Actually having an enemy in your sights, locking onto them. A big deal. 1998 Game of the Year. And Master Quest is a good way to play something old in a new, fresh way. Like, they're not just reskinned and it's not just a difficulty change. These dungeons are redesigned and they are freaky and crazy and have you thinking outside the box. The Hobbit. I bought this after seeing the first movie. I liked that one. It was the other two where I was like, ugh. But this could have been a decent Zelda clone, but it does have some very irksome bits. Like one thing, every treasure chest you open has a booby trap puzzle that you have to disarm. Enemies kind of hit in chains to where you get hit once and then you hit
4 times within like the same 2 seconds, and by the time you react, it's just kind of blah 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 blah. The camera can get a little agitating in some spots. There's a couple levels where there's no real sense of direction, and it does rely heavily on platforming, unlike Zelda games where there's not much of a reliance on platforming. Hobbit relies on platforming, for better or for worse. So yeah, the Hobbit. Damn sticker. But yeah. Before the movie came out, this was the best way to experience the Hobbit, though. And to many people, it probably still is. The Wind Waker. Do I really have to talk about this one? All right, I'll keep it short. It's a beautiful game. I'm so glad the hate really died down a lot and people gave it a chance. It does have a lot of grievances. I addressed them all in the playthrough. Check it out if you haven't checked it out yet. But it's still a good game overall. Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. This is the version that I've been playing. I'm not big on HD remakes. I'm not big on remakes in general. Still holds well in my book. Medal of Honor Frontline. Again, do people even remember these things? Like, do these things leave any impression whatsoever? Tell me now. I want to know. Nope. Nobody's saying anything anymore. All right. Moving on to the next one. F-Zero GX. Holy cow, is this game hard. One of the hardest racers ever, but it's very intense and pretty cool, and it has a story mode. So yeah, this is the last F-Zero game we got. Appreciate it. Love it. Cherish it. We might never see another one again. Super Mario Sunshine. This one's an enjoyable game. I think the Flood gets a lot more flack than it deserves. But then again, after we have like both of the Galaxy games, going back to this one, it's kind of like, It's fun though. And it did try some different things. And it's kind of like how I like to sum up the GameCube as a whole. It's how when Nintendo was taking risks, and like 9 out of 10 of them did not reach high praise. They actually went through a lot of backlash. So we have the opposite end of the spectrum where Nintendo had not taken enough risk with their IPs. And once again, people are raving and ranting. But this was an era when Nintendo took risks, and you like to cry and say that these were great games now, and they're appreciated now, for the most part, not this one. But these are all risks, taking series in new directions, but they didn't sell well. You didn't really care for them. So now we're doing things that are selling well, but they're not that drastically different or trying something really new. So I don't really know how to pitch in on that one. Here it is, Tales of Symphonia. This is a really good game. One of my favorite RPGs. Has some very cool characters. Has one of my favorite villains of all time. I think one of the greatest features of this one is how a second player could plug in a GameCube controller and you can both play simultaneously. I think that was a pretty good feature. And if this was enhanced in later games, I think you can also do it better in Vesperia and Abyss. So yeah, Tales of Symphonia, fantastic RPG. I think Legendia does have the better soundtrack. but I think this one has the better story, the better characters, the better boss, and the better villain. So, yeah. Mystic Heroes. Mystic Heroes is like is the only experience I've had of Dynasty Warriors besides Hyrule Warriors. It's kind of mindless action. You're fighting through hordes and hordes of monsters. There's a lot of really cool Chinese type of bosses. There's a tiger boss. There's a Chinese dragon boss. There's a the Rock, which is like a giant firebird. So there's a lot of really cool bosses in this game. Maybe one day I'll actually play an actual Dynasty Warriors game, because I mean this was enjoyable, and Hyrule Warriors was pretty cool as well. So I think I'm just gonna ignore all the flack that I keep hearing from it and give an actual Dynasty Warriors game a shot. Gladius. Ever play an RPG where you're a gladiator and it revolves around competing in different coliseums? That's Gladius. Look at this. All these 9 out of 10 on Game Informer. Freaking Game Informer. LucasArts. Not that many people talk about this one. It's really unique. It's a Western RPG that's doesn't take place in like the medieval times. And it's not just Greek mythology. It's more of like the Roman and the Colosseums themselves. And if you like the movie Gladiator, this is kind of not too much like it. But it's very cool and very unique. Again, GameCube. Doing those risks. This one's not Nintendo. This one's LucasArts. Oh my god. You got enough stickers? Ugh. 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 Hey, look who's back. Bomberman Generations. Bomberman Generations is a fantastic, awesome, fun game. Very enjoyable. Has a couple of Pokemon rip-off characters, though, called Carabombs. But they give you new abilities, so that's pretty cool. I think the only thing I don't like is the villain. He sucks. But other than that, very enjoyable. Some really cool levels. Really fun. I really like the mini games. And it brings back the 4-player mayhem, just like the classic games. Heroes doesn't have that. Heroes just has the single-player story. Bomberman Generation embraces the classics and blends it with a new, exciting adventure. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. G'day, mates. This is Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. This is a mascot that takes place down under. He uses boomerangs. He has a koala. Yeah, this takes place in the old outback in Australia. It's a really beautiful, gorgeous way to look. Oh, I thought there was a game manual in this. Apparently not. So you play with your boomerangs. Go around fighting free lizards and giant hogs and stuff, and it's kind of a collectathon, but it also does its own thing. It's a pretty enjoyable platformer. It's very cool. It actually got 2 sequels that I've never played yet, but this game's pretty good. Woo! Gorgeous, mate. It's a beautiful little Shayla. Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones. I am going to do a Prince of Persia retrospective sometime. But I need to get my other 2 games back. I don't know where they are. I haven't found them in a while. I think I sold them. But they might be somewhere. So we'll be talking about the Prince of Persia Sands of Time trilogy sometime. We'll be making a video. And we'll talk about these in fuller detail. All right, speeding this up until I find something that I really got something to talk about. Call of Duty Finest Hour. I've said this before. I said it again. Nobody remembers these. Fantasy Star Online, pretty cool. Has some very challenging bosses. Sci-fi, MMO, but it also has an offline mode, which I remember playing with some friends. I have some fond memories of this, but it's pretty damn tough. Yeah. And it was a nice direction for the Phantasy Star series. Super Monkey Ball Adventure. It's Monkey Ball, but with a lot more gimmicks and a slight little adventure mode. Here we go. We're slowing down a little bit. Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. This is a fantastic RPG. Oh my god. If you really like Mario and you're not sure what's a good starter RPG, this is one of them. This is a very simple RPG that's not too... It doesn't drag. It's not overabundant. It doesn't shower you with all this crap. It sticks to the basics. It keeps things simple, but it keeps things fresh. Unlike the first Paper Mario, every level is not water level, ice level, forest level. Each chapter in this game has like a specific theme, and like they're very interesting. And I don't want to spoil it. This is a fantastic game. Super Paper Mario is a good game. This is a fantastic one. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. Final Fantasy X with a Lord of the Rings template. It actually has original characters, but it has well-known set pieces like a battle with the Balrog. You actually get to fight the Balrog in this. It's pretty cool. It's from EA Games. Challenge everything. I don't know. Gal really likes Lord of the Rings games. Do you think she'd be interested in this? It's a fairly enjoyable RPG. Has some good bits. And look, we got... Let's see here. Oh, we got a little bit of a glare. If you can see Gandalf, Eowyn, Gimli, and Legolas. So yeah, there's new characters and old classic characters. So this guy looks like a mix between Ed Stark and Boromir. It's just Sean Bean incarnate. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. This was the first Fire Emblem game I ever played. Really damn difficult. This is one of the first games where I realized that every decision counts, because if you lose a comrade, they're permadead. And this was changed later in future Fire Emblem games to kind of soften the blow for people, so they didn't have to be like, I gotta start all over. But which was evident in this game, to where if you did something goofy and you lost a comrade, he was gone. You moved on without him. He was never coming back. And that is a real game-breaking experience for a lot of newcomers to the series, as it was for me. But it's a really cool story. And it's just very challenging and very engaging. I'm not sure if it would be enjoyable to watch as a Let's Play, but it is enjoyable to play, but it does demand a lot of strategy. So I don't know. Still, Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance, Medal of Honor. See, I have quite a few first-person shooters. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles is pretty damn cool in my book. It's just a shame that it's multiplayer aspect of the link cable has kind of been obsolete. Yeah, that one's nowhere fast. Because I think if this could have been something more along the lines of Gauntlets or something like that doesn't really require the Game Boy, this could have been a really cool multiplayer RPG. There in the end. Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy. I think what went wrong with this game was its title. It used to be called Sphinx and the Shadow of Set, which was a very intriguing title. This is just Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy. This game has an abysmal opening. Like, there's a lot of times where I just don't know what I'm doing. But after the first level, it does pick up a bit. You have Sphinx, who is the more action-oriented kind of Zelda-ish character with swordplay and combat and stuff like that. And then you have the Mummy, who is more on stealth and creating and creative puzzles. So it's a very interesting game. It has bad first impressions, but if you can stomach it, there is some fun to be had with Sphinx. Reign of Fire. Now, this is another example of buying a licensed game just because I like the movie. And I did really like the movie. I liked the movie a lot. I remember watching it a while, and in high school, it was my favorite movie of all time. I grew out of that. But it's now just a guilty pleasure. It's still enjoyable to watch. But the video game itself, you can either play as the boring humans in a tank and shoot down dragons, or you can play as a dragon and burn the living crap out of people. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Wario World, a fun beat 'em up with the goofy old Wario. It also has some very bizarre puzzles and bonus stages, so you can get the jewels. And like a lot of those to this day frustrate the crap out of me. But this game has some of the weirdest bosses I've ever seen. We got drag queen dinosaurs, giant cows in briefs that are boxers or wrestlers. They're wrestlers. Some like big spooky circus performer and a giant baby doll. Like, this game is freaky in the boss fights. But really fun. Metroid Prime, I already talked about the trilogy as a whole, and I will be talking this soon in the worst to best. So yeah, Metroid Prime, beautiful game, another risk, but I think this was one of the only ones that really succeeded and like actually made a lot of money. I could be wrong. It'd be a shame if I'm wrong for this one. Well, it had to have made enough money because it spawned 2 sequels. Bomberman Jetters, a little more simplistic compared to Generations, but hey, Bomberman was in a good stride, and good for him. He deserves a couple more titles. He's been a big part of gaming culture, and I'm still sad to see him go. Bomberman Jitters brought the shitty villain that I didn't like, brought him back. This is actually based off a Japanese anime by the same title called Bomberman Jetters. I never watched it, but they do throw in a couple clips during the game itself. But the game's pretty fun. And last but least is Scorpion King: Rise of the Acadian. I think it actually features The Rock in the game, and he actually does the voices. I wouldn't be surprised if he does. Yeah, I think he does. I think the best thing I can say about this game is that it's a hack and slash game that takes place in the more Egyptian culture and mythology, which you don't see that much. So it's very unique and new. You find a lot of Egyptian monsters and Egyptian gods and stuff like that. And that's pretty cool. But the combat and the game itself is very stiff and leaves a lot to be desired. All right, we're done with that. We got, okay, 2 more that we're going to actually go through. And then the rest I'm just going to read off the list because they're not back here on the shelf. And I'm not going to grab them off anything else. So, we are going to go through the Super Nintendo next. Then we're going to go through the NES. And then, after those, I'm going to read off PlayStation 3 and Wii U and the remaining handhelds. And then I'm going to make a few announcements. And then I'm going to leave it to any final questions of Q&A, final thoughts. And anytime you can go back and watch this video and see my thoughts on these games, feel free. Yeah. We're almost done here, folks. Thank you guys so much for staying with me, because I do see a couple of these still there. So I'm appreciative of that. And Okay, now that we got all these loaded back up, on to Super Nintendo. First and foremost, time for a shout out. See this here? This nice little case? It's almost like the real deal, just like the boxes. And I can store my games in there. This is brought to you by CustomGameCases.com. If you go there, you can get these nice plastic cases for all of your Super Nintendo, NES, Nintendo 64, and Game Boy games. And it's all fantastic because they store them, and a lot of people threw away the boxes when they got them, and I was guilty of this as well. So it's nice that we finally have a way to preserve these classics, and they even redid the box art, so it's not just a blank case. It really feels like the box for these games. So starting off, we got Super Metroid. It's a classic, a beautiful game, a juggernaut on the Super Nintendo, and one of the multiple reasons why I prefer it over the Sega Genesis, the Super Nintendo itself. Beautiful environments, beautiful soundtrack, really fun bosses. Super Metroid is a classic and a fantastic game, and I will talk more about it later. Claymates. Claymates is a goofy game. For the Super Nintendo, you can shape-shift by collecting different colored globs into a cat, into a fish, into a gopher, into a bird, and into a mouse that barks. Yeah, that's where things get a little weird there. Claymates is pretty fun level-wise. It can get a little frustrating because it only takes a couple hits and then you kind of pop. You got to collect globs to maintain your health. And after each level, you kind of have to do this little puzzle where you got to get these robots to these axes and bombs and make your way to the next level. And they get ridiculously hard later on. Super Mario World. This was the first game I ever played. I love this game. It has a special place in my heart. I grew up with it. I played this since I was 1 year old, and I play it like on a yearly basis. I think this is the game that I play the most, and I'm still nowhere near the best at it. But it always puts a smile on my face. Yoshi! Super Mario World, you will definitely see more of this from my channel about Super Mario World. You'll eventually see a Let's Play on this channel. You will eventually hear a lot more songs on this channel. Super Mario World is a fantastic game. I don't want to say it's my favorite Mario game, but it's up there. It's really good. It's up there with the Galaxy Twins. Aladdin. Aladdin is a game that I grew up with, and I already did it was the first Let's Play I did of Guy and Gal Gaming, and it was one of the first games that I beat all by myself, and I'm pretty good at it now. I spent a lot of time with it, and Capcom, man, they made some great Disney classics, and Aladdin was one of them. And A Legend of Zelda. A Legend of Zelda. The Legend of Zelda. A Link to the Past. This is my game right here. This is a game that I really grew up with as well, and I have fond memories of. And obviously, you're going to see more of this from my channel. And you'll probably see Guy and Gal play this sometime. But The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, I think, has the best pacing out of the entire series. I really do. And okay, so that's all of the Super Nintendo games that I have in a case at the moment. Let's go through the ones that I just have lying about. And I'm going to be getting a case for them in the near future. And they are. Ooh, dear. Super Return of the Jedi, my favorite of the Super Star Wars games. Speaking of which, there's Super Star Wars and Super Empire Strikes Back. On May the 4th, may the 4th be with you, I did a special about all three of these games, so you can check it out there, and I post my thoughts. But these are my favorite Star Wars games of all time. The Lion King. This was another game that I grew up with alongside Aladdin, but this one is hard as hell. Hard as hell. I hate that Stampede. And one day I need to redeem myself because I did a race with this with Mike the D-backer, and I sucked. I sucked a lot, and I play this now, and I still suck. It is a hard game. I am not good at it. Goof Troop, where we always stick together. I bought this after watching it on Game Grumps, and it's by Capcom. Oh yeah, it's a fun game. You can play it with buddies. I actually watched the show too. It was pretty enjoyable. Primal Rage, a buddy of mine recommended it as a fun fighter. It is a fun fighter. You can play as monkeys and dinosaurs. And you should know by now that I really like my dinosaurs. Oh no! Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill. Toy Story. Better than Toy Story 3, still not as good as Toy Story 2. I'm probably going to buy Toy Story 2 very shortly and do a video on that, because Toy Story 2 was one of the licensed games that I grew up with that was like really good. Tom and Jerry, really not good. Still a licensed game, but it doesn't mean it's good. This one's really boring. Very dull. Kind of drags too. I know, a platformer and a licensed game that drags. It's just, you'll see a lot of the same levels, and I'm like, then I just do this. So yeah, Tom and Jerry, not really fun. Batman Return. Look at this. Look at this. It's a fun arcade, kind of like beat 'em up. Streets of Rage, kind of like Double Dragon, Streets of Rage, but it has Batman. Well, I hate stickers. But the game still works, and it's still pretty fun. Catwoman is kind of a pain in the butt, though. You find her twice in a row. It's very annoying. Tiny Toons Adventures, Buster Bust Loose. This is a game made by Konami. It's a pretty fun platformer, kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog meets Mickey Mouse: The Magical Quest. It's enjoyable. Like, each level is based off like a different movie set. You have like a sci-fi, a western, a horror, and I think the most frustrating bit out of the entire one is there's a football game. You actually play a football game in one of these levels, and it's pretty damn annoying. Spider-Man and X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. Wow, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, it's not good. Its mechanics are very sloppy. And you have all those characters, and not a single one is good. Pilot Wings is enjoyable. It's strict, But once you get a grasp on it, it really does a nice implementation of that mode 7. Yeah. I was overjoyed when I heard the Pilot Wings theme in Smash Brothers. Illusion of Gaia. This is a really cool RPG. It's made by Quintet, and they were all part of Enix, who eventually became Square Enix, and then Square became Gluttons, and they glorified all their RPGs, and Enix and Quintet never really got to make anything ever again. But this is really cool because you have a lot of areas inspired by American history and American culture and like the 7 wonders of the world. And it's really something you got to play to believe. It's not your standard RPG at all. Not that many people know about it, but we'll probably take a visit to this. Earthworm Jim 2. I don't earn Earthworm Jim 1, but playing this game, realized why I don't like Aladdin. And the same goes for this other game I have here, which I'm going to show you, The Jungle Book, and then back to The Lion King. Aladdin, The Jungle Book, The Lion King, they're all made by Virgin and Disney Interactive, but they all have one huge thing that frustrates the living piss out of me, and I don't really care for them too much. Like, the level structures are really obnoxious, and you kind of don't have a sense of where the hell you're going. The background and the foreground blends way too much to where you can't really differentiate between the two. And it honestly results in an unenjoyable experience to where I realize that their type of platformers just aren't my cup of tea. Killer Instinct is a classic. Really cool fighter game made by Rare. Again, back in their prime. I think they also made one for the Nintendo 64. I could be wrong. But this is where the term Ultra Combo comes from. And it has some pretty cool characters. And a lot of people now, they probably know Killer Instinct from the Xbox One game. But respect your classics, respect your elders, know your classics. This is where it all began. Okay. We are nearing the end of Super Nintendo. Super Mario All-Stars. This is one of the greatest collections you can ever get. And I hope after Mario Maker, which I'm so excited for, creating my own Mario levels is like a dream come true. But like maybe the 35th anniversary of Mario, we can get something a lot better than this. Like maybe the Super Mario All-Stars in the new Super Mario Brothers graphics. I think that'd be cool because Super Mario All-Stars is Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. And those were 8-bit, and this came to 16-bit. So I think it'd be really cool if for his 35th anniversary, we could do all new Super Mario All-Stars. I know I'm doing that new word again, but hear me out. New Super Mario All-Stars, and all 4 of these games are using the graphics from New Super Mario Brothers. Think about it. Like, that might be pretty cool. Just saying. The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. Another classic game that I grew up with. I forgot how short it was, though. But I do like the changing costume concept. And the story's nothing really to write home about, but the levels themselves are pretty cool. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Another game I grew up with. An astounding soundtrack. I really like the soundtrack. It sounds like something from the Street Fighter games. Like the level 2 actually sounds like Ken's theme from Street Fighter. Bet you didn't know that. But Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is a pretty fun licensed game. And then get off with Super Adventure Island. This was when I actually started liking Adventure Island because I played the original and it frustrated the crap out of me. This one was a lot better, a lot more enjoyable, and a lot more levels, and a very groovy soundtrack. Okay, that is all for Super Nintendo. Next up, NES, and that's the last one that I'm going to actually show you the games for. The rest I'm just going to read off to you. Okay? All right. I'm going to start with the cased ones for NES, and then we're going to move on to the cartridges. So yeah, we're probably going to be done at midnight. So I think another half hour. And we'll get through this. And then I can make my announcements. And then we can chat for a little bit. And then we can bid adieu. Gotta do the do. My knees, they cracked. Okay. Once again, let's thank CustomGameCases.com. They made these legit cases for the NES. This is Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. One of the hardest Castlevania games. But boy, is it fun and rewarding. You have multiple paths, you have a lot of exploration, multiple characters. I think the biggest bummer I can say about this game is you can't just switch through the characters on the fly. When you get one character, you automatically have to discard the other one that you collected. So, yeah, I think it could have been a lot better if you could just switch between them on the fly. But still, this is a huge Castlevania adventure game. A lot bigger than these two. But even though it's very challenging, it's also very rewarding, which I think is the best way to make your game challenging. Challenging game. So yeah, working on Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, a very cryptic game. Not really a piece of shit, but then again, not really worth the struggle and the amount of time it demands. And kind of game that you should just have a walkthrough next to you and maybe you can somewhat enjoy it. But it does demand a lot of grinding of hearts. But much like Zelda 2, I would like to see another Castlevania. No, wait. They're the Metroidvanias. Never mind then. Metroidvanias are the right way to do this. I'm losing my mind. It's getting late. But I would like to see another Zelda game like Zelda 2. I think that should be like the next 3DS Zelda. Kirby's Adventure. My same thoughts that I had it on the Dream Collection apply here. Still an enjoyable game, but I have I give the slight edge to Nightmare in Dreamland. DuckTales. Woo! This is the Capcom Classic, baby. Look at this guy. What the hell? Captain Commando here. Look to me for up-to-date reports on all the exciting action games from Capcom. Until next time, Captain Commando. What more can be said? You play a greedy duck, Pogo sticking your way through all these beautiful adventures. It has the classic Moon theme, the classic Amazon theme, and you don't have to sit through 20 minutes of talk and dialogue. Oh, snap, way forward. Still mad at you for that. That's painful. The one that started it all, Castlevania. Its difficulty is on par with Super Castlevania 4. Only it's a little bit shorter, so the harder levels appear sooner. It's short, but let me guarantee something. When you're playing this for the first time, that ain't going to be a problem. When you get to Dracula, you're going to feel like you went through quite the struggle. So, I mean, there may be 6 stages. There's some, those are, 3 of those 6 are grueling. And the last of the case ones for now is Wizards and Warriors, the original Wizards and Warriors. This is my mom's favorite game. And I found out later that it's made from early developers of Rare. And David Wise himself, the guy who made the Donkey Kong games, composed the soundtrack for this game. Yeah, it's a very cool fantasy. It's another one of those examples where the cover looks really incredible, but the game leaves a lot to your imagination. Okay, and for the NES, we have Battle of Olympus. Battle of Olympus is like Zelda 2, Adventure of Link, with a Greek palette on it. It's Kid Icarus meets Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. It's very hard. Very cryptic. Adventure Island. Until I found out that you could do a cheat to regain your progress on the title screen, I thought this game was unfair and aggravating, because after you lose your 3 lives, you go back to the start screen and you got to do the entire game over again. But if you know that cheat, you can go right back to the level you died last. So it's a lot more forgiving now, because when I first played this game, and I was like, I have to go through this entire game with 3 lives? Kiss my ass. Super Mario Brothers. Nothing to see here, folks. It's a classic. I pretty much talked about it with Super Mario All-Star. Star Tropics. Let's see this at E3, huh? Let's see a sequel to this at E3. Huh? Who the hell remembers this game? I didn't think so. This is like a Zelda-type game in a more modern setting. You play as Mike Jones, looking for your father, Dr. Henry, Indiana Jones. I'm kidding. And you have, instead of like swords and shields, you have weapons, and you have weapons as a bat and a yo-yo. You go through these islands and you explore these natives, and there's ghosts and fire demons and aliens. So it's really cool. And even Rob the Robot makes an appearance. Ghosts and Goblins. Oh my god. Okay, Dark Souls 3 needs to have a mod where you get hit once and you're reduced to your underwear. You get hit again and you're dead. There you go. Now let's get good, scrubs. That's going to be the hardest game of all time, because that mechanic drives you nuts. Never before has taking a single hit been so physically painful than in this game. Just one hit and you feel like you go from doable to completely screwable. Iron Sword, Wizards and Warriors 2. Yeah, that's Fabio on the cover. What the hell's he doing there? Freaking Fabio, man. The game is nowhere near as interesting as this cover. You have the bosses are a face on a giant cloud, a face on a waterfall, a face on a mountain. We have some real goofy, weak bosses
Weekend design, though, they're actually pretty strong when you fight them. But yeah, hard sword. Oh, wow. I'm glad we're almost done. I'm losing my energy. And last but not least, we have Dragon Warrior. This was when RPGs did not hold your hand. They slapped your hand. They threw you in the middle of the world and said, go. If you die, oh well. Use your experience and gold wisely. And good luck. Dragon Warrior. We've come a long way when it comes to RPGs. Okay, now I'm not going to go and put these back on the shelf just yet. I'm going to go through the list of the last couple games that I own. And they are, starting with Wii U, AVGN Adventures. That's a digital download. More difficult in the unfair kind of sense. More like I want to be the guy. The soundtrack is really good, but and some of the levels are enjoyable, but of the whole, it's just, oh hey, remember that one bullshit thing? Here it is tenfold in ridiculous, and it just spams it. So they're not really interesting levels. It's just kind of troll levels, the game. Batman Arkham City, playing it so far, it's really good, but I kind of give the edge to Arkham Asylum so far, but that can change. Bayonetta 1 and 2, again, great games, and I judged them far too early when I just saw the main character, and I said, this does not do anything for me. But I actually played the games, and I found there was a lot more to it, and she is an actual deep character, and there are some fantastic and bizarre boss battles to be had. For digital, we have Castlevania Circle of the Moon, a very enjoyable Metroidvania RPG with one of my favorite final bosses in the series. Again, one, not the favorite. Child of Light Digital, a wonderful RPG. I like how it's very short but focused, and it calls back to all those old elements of Disney classics and fairy tales. You get aspects of Beauty and the Beast, A Little Mermaid, Sleeping Beauty, and games like that. And I think that is really cool how it did that. DuckTales Remastered. Man, I already ran it on this game. Talks too damn much. Has some really cool levels, some really cool ideas, but Dungeons and Dragons, Chronicles of Mystera, another digital download game. Actually does online co-op, pretty cool. I have all 3 Donkey Kong Country games as digital. I'm going to visit them shortly in a separate video, so no reason to talk about that. But Donkey Kong Country, Tropical Freeze. Again, just like Donkey Kong Country Returns. Fantastic game, return to basics. It David Wise brought his A game and gave us a phenomenal soundtrack. The bosses are very challenging and very interesting. The levels just have so much, and the Snowmads are so much better than the Tikis, and right on par with the Kremlings. The only reason the Kremlings are a little better is due to nostalgia, and well, Crocodile beats Penguin. And Tropical Freeze has multiple playable characters. So Tropical Freeze is a great game. Earthbound, another digital. I'm playing it for the first time this year. You might see it at the end of the year. But Earthbound is a game that is way too excessive in the status ailments. Another problem it has is you can't store, like, it's not like an RPG where you have like potions times 80, potions Phoenix Downs times 12, but each individual item and equipment you get goes into your inventory slot, and it fills up way too fast, and you constantly have to like focus on storage and swatting out items and having other people borrow it, and you're constantly carrying too much shit to where you're constantly just going back and forth, and it does make things very frustrating. It really does. Golden Sun, that is a really cool RPG for the Game Boy Advance. Before the Final Fantasy advances came along, that was the RPG to go to. Golden Sun, luckily you have the option to turn it off, but it does have some very odd noises with all the dialogue. Like every dialogue has a... Golden Sun really shines with its puzzles that you can use with the different Djinni you capture. Hyrule Warriors is my first Tecmo Koei Dynasty Warriors kind of thing with a nice Zelda coats painted over it. And it hit all the right spots as a Zelda fan. Like I said in my video, Hyrule Warriors is a good idea. The great thing about Hyrule Warriors is that it touches the aspect that every inner Zelda fan just wants to take a Zelda character and beat the crap out of something and destroy things and cause havoc in the most over-the-top, crazy way possible. And Hyrule Warriors delivers at that. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Kirby tries to be Metroid, and it's very interesting because it's the only Kirby game that's actually very difficult and very stressful. The only one. Like, that's a difficult Kirby game. There's tough bosses, there's tough levels, there's times where you don't know where the hell you're going. Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland, that's more traditional. And it's Kirby's Adventure with hats. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. That's an enjoyable and quirky, fun game. Great humor. I really like the battle system of the Mario Brothers and how you can actually go through a battle not taking any damage depending on how good your reflexes are. It's very cool because usually you're automatically going to take damage from an RPG. Mario Kart 8, my favorite Mario Kart of all time. It keeps getting better with all the downloadable content, and there is a rumor of a third downloadable content kit coming the way, package coming this way. So I'm looking forward to that. Metroid Fusion, that's a digital for the Game Boy Advance. That was the last worst to best I did and recorded. I basically placed my thoughts. I think it's Metroid Other M done well. It has some really cool bosses, and it is a little linear, but overall it is fairly enjoyable. Nintendo Land, it's okay. It has some cool ideas and some cool levels, but it does fade fast, which is a shame. But I wouldn't mind when the real Nintendo Land hits Universal Studios and we get actual rides. I think they can look to Nintendo Land for reference, because when I was playing this, I was like, oh God, I would love to have a Nintendo-based theme park. I really would. New Super Mario Bros. Wii U. Look, I still had a good time, but at that point I knew that, okay, we can't just keep doing more of these. And New Super Mario Bros. 2 came, and that was the first Mario game that I didn't buy and said, nope, I refuse this. I may love Mario, but I'm not subjecting myself to this. Rayman Legends. Rayman Legends could be entirely music-based levels, or I'd love it. Like, those are the highlights of that game. But I did find it to be very enjoyable. And the Murphy levels, even though they are a bit overabundant, they are very enjoyable. Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. A way forward game that's not nearly as aggravating, though there is a lot of backtracking. You're going to be going to a lot of areas you've already been to before. But it's the first Shantae game I ever played. I thoroughly enjoyed it. You don't get the genie power-ups in this one because she's without them by the beginning. But you do get pirate power-ups, pirate weapons. And those are some interesting mechanics. Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight is a beautiful, fantastic game. It deserves the place I put it this past year of game of 2014. It truly is, because it really embraces what makes a good game a good game. And it's not just having high-paid actors, the best graphics. It just is about being a good game. And I look forward to Yacht Club's next project. Super Mario 3D World. I don't like it as much as Galaxy. And I think a lot of people do say this. And I don't think it has the same factor as New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Because when I played that for the first time, that was the first time I ever played couch co-op with 3 other people. But I do like having Peach playable. I do like a lot of the level structures. I do like the cat suit. So, yeah, it's mostly positive. It is a pretty fun and enjoyable game, and there are a lot of cool levels and structures. Super Smash Bros. Wii U took what all the other Smash Brothers did well and perfected it. Just today, we announced Ryu and Roy are going to be new characters. And the character that I voted for, as much as a lot of people don't want to hear this, is King K. Rool. Because not only do I think Donkey Kong needs another representation, not only do I think we need another villain, since we still don't have Wolf, but I think King K. Rool could be any type of fighter, really. He could be a brawler, a heavyweight. He could be kind of like a swords. He could be like a gunner with the pirate uniform. He can't really be a swordsman. No, he can't be a swordsman. But he can be a brawler, or he could be a gunner, or he can be more of a magic user as the Dr. Kerulenstein. And the Wonderful 101 is a fantastic game with a steep learning curve, but I guarantee you if you stick through it, you will love every minute of it. Okay. Next up is the PlayStation 3. Assassin's Creed. Monotonous. Super monotonous. Takes forever to get the ball rolling. And that leads me to Assassin's Creed 2. When I finally get around to beating Assassin's Creed, I will let you know about Assassin's Creed 2. But I own it, and one day I will play it. Batman Arkham Asylum, perhaps one of the greatest comic book movie video games of all time. I know a lot of people think Arkham City is better, but I have yet to see that yet. Arkham City doesn't seem as focused, whereas Arkham Asylum had a focus from beginning to end. But I can't post my final opinion on Arkham City until I finish the game. Castlevania Lords of Shadow. It has some things I love and some things I downright hate. But it could be worse. It could be Mirror of Fate. The hell with that piece of crap. That's a garbage game. But, yeah, Lords of Shadow. I don't like its Shadow of the Colossus bosses. But I do like some of its levels and some of its... the story itself overall is pretty cool. Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Oh boy, how do I put this? Elder Scrolls Skyrim is as vast as an ocean and as deep as a lake. There needs to be some sense of direction. Like even Dark Souls has a sense of direction to kind of get you engrossed into the first boss and get the ball rolling. Skyrim doesn't have that for me, so I could never really get into it. It's there, but I couldn't get myself hooked on phonics. Kingdom Hearts 1.5 Remix. I am saving this beast for another day because I have a lot to say about the Kingdom Hearts series, and it's not ready. Kingdom Hearts is one of those series where I like it, no, I hate it, no, I like it, no, I hate it, no, I'm indifferent towards it. No, it's absolutely abysmal. I can never keep consistent with that. Next up is Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. This is the newest game that I bought. I've played it for about an hour. It looks interesting, though. I mean, it's by Studio Ghibli. Resident Evil 5. I think the only reason I enjoyed that game so much, besides the fact that Albert Wesker was the main antagonist, was that I was co-oping with my father, and we had a blast doing it, and we had some good laughs. But, yeah. And then we have the Uncharted trilogy, which are fantastic. Indiana Jones, and that was back when I thought Indiana Jones could only be as good as Emperor's Tomb. But Indiana Jones became Uncharted in my heart, and I played Uncharted Drake's Fortune. I was like, this isn't bad. I played Uncharted 2 Among Thieves, and it was even better. And I played Uncharted 3, and even though the levels just kind of happen, like there's not really good segues in between the levels, it still has some enjoyable bits. And, yeah. Alrighty. So, that's pretty much it. All that is left are my handhelds. And I'm going to speed through them super quick. They are Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. Pretty fun game. I kind of don't like sealing bosses away, though. Castlevania Portrait of Ruin. Much better Castlevania Metroidvania game. I like the partner system. It has a fantastic final boss. It's more than just exploring the castle. When you go through the paintings, you explore a lot, very different levels. I think the only problem is you do visit a lot of the levels technically twice because there's a lot of paintings that are just two of the same thing. Chrono Trigger. This is embarrassing to say, but the DS Chrono Trigger was the first time I ever played Chrono Trigger. Luckily, when I finally played it, I get what all the hubbub is about. It is a beautiful, fantastic game. It really is. It has a brilliant story. Great characters. And I mean, the main character is a silent protagonist. And I mean, it doesn't even have the Zelda excuse. It's just a really good, well-written game. And the character just kind of works into it. The soundtrack, love it. The art style, love it. The battle system is perhaps the best thing about it. The battle system for Chrono Trigger is ahead of its time. Dragon Quest IX, Sentinels of the Starry Skies. I don't recall beating that game, so I think I'm still on it. But you can create your own main character and your own clan and stuff like that. You can hire them. I don't think you can recruit monsters. I think that's a whole different Dragon Quest game. But yeah. Final Fantasy III. It has a very nice job system, but the rest of the game just kind of leaves no impression whatsoever. The villains are unmemorable. The bosses are unmemorable. I mean, the graphic style is okay, but the story just leaves no impression. Kingdom Hearts 358 in 2 days. Speaking of no impression, there's a game that goes on and on and on and on. That game took me 358 in 2 years to go through. Ugh. Just ugh. It never ended. Much like this special. All right, The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. It's a Zelda game. I'll talk about it some other time. Same goes for the next one, The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks. It's a Zelda game. We'll get to it. Though I really hope somehow both of these come to the Wii U Digital so I can be able to record them when the time comes to do the Let's Plays. Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story. I think it's my personal favorite of the Mario and Luigi games. Even though it all takes place in one theme, which is inside Bowser's belly. Which, that's an achievement of itself. Doing an entire RPG, and RPGs are longer than platformers, inside, and your theme is just inside the human body. Go. And the amount of stuff they do is very impressive. Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. It has some good things. It has a lot of annoying things. Bro's items get the boot, and instead we got very broken. Bro's moves get the boot, and instead we have very broken Bro's items. There we go. I messed that up. Last but not least on the DS is New Super Mario Brothers. So, yeah, that was back when that kind of stuff was actually new. I was like, oh, this is the first time in a while that we've played a Mario game in this sense. Pseudo 3D graphics. It's kind of cool. And then Nintendo kind of went away with it. And it just kind of took it to the extreme. And it just went on and on and on and on. Okay. Even quicker, Sony PSP, Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, my favorite Castlevania game. It took Rondo of Blood, added a little bit more to it. Really cool boss fights. Definite winner on the PSP. I think my favorite boss is the secret final boss. Final Fantasy Tactics, War of the Lions. I need to get back into that game. That game is very taxing. But the story is really engrossing too, and it's very mature. We're talking like Game of Thrones kind of mature here. Like things get dark, and people are like stabbing each other in the back, and you have to deal with politics and the taxing effect on war that it has on these characters. God of War Chains of Olympus, super short, shouldn't exist. God of War Ghost of Sparta, a little longer, but still shouldn't exist. I still don't care about his brother. He made no impression whatsoever. Kratos' his brother has no character. So, yeah, I'd do without both of these. Mega Man, Maverick Hunter X. I like my Mega Man as X, no Maverick in between. Because they got some goofy shit in this one. I think the best thing about Maverick Hunter X is after you beat the game, you can play as Vile. And it's like playing as Boba Fett. No, it's not. He just looks like Boba Fett. But yeah, you just have him all put that stuff together. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, which is called Kingdom Hearts again and again and again and again. You like that level? Well, let's play it again as Terra. You like that level as Terra? Let's play it again as Aqua. You like it as Aqua? Let's play it again as Ventus. Are you sick of Olympus Coliseum yet? Ys, Oath and Felgana. Fantastic game. Same with the next one, Ys 7. Again, that's another series that you're going to be seeing a lot of. It's like Zelda on steroids. It's nuts. The soundtrack is incredible. And the boss fights, they just keep evolving, which are the best boss fights you can do. And last but not least, the 3DS. Kid Icarus Uprising. So much better than I thought it would be. Only the control scheme leaves a lot to be desired. Like, it takes a lot to get used to, but after a while, after like 4 or 5 levels, you finally get numb enough to where you adjust to it. Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. That plot makes no sense. But at least some of the levels are kind of cool. Especially Fantasia. That one's cool. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D. It's Ocarina of Time, but it's prettier in 3D. Legend of Zelda Link Between Worlds. It's a Link to the Past, but prettier. And it's in 3D. Mario Kart 7. It's Diddy Kong Racing, but prettier. But it's in 3D. How long can I do this joke? Super Monkey Ball 3D. It's Super Monkey Ball, but it's in 3D. And it's prettier. And it's handheld. You can play it while you're pooping. Yeah, I didn't expect that, did you? Tales of the Abyss. That's the last one. It's the longest RPG I've ever played on a handheld, but originally it was a PlayStation game, so it don't count. So in conclusion, it's Tales of the Abyss, but it's prettier, and it's in 3D. And there we go. That is my video game collection. Holy crap. This was like almost 3 hours long. You could have watched a Lord of the Rings video, but instead you guys saw this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. I'm just going to take a little breather before I start my announcements. This is you guys' time to just ask any questions you want, any thoughts on my collection. So yeah, I'm going to give it about 4 or 5 minutes, and I'm going to make my announcements. I'm going to stay around because I feel like I've been yammering and not letting you guys talk. So if anybody has anything to say, anything to pitch in, now is your time. So I'm actually going to read a couple of these. Final boss was really something in Spider-Man. Yeah, it was. I never got why people hated this story. I thought it was good. I only played the online with friends, and I never had any problems. I think this is about Smash Brothers or Shiba Inu. Never finished Super Paper Mario. I should get around to that. It's not that long. Dog has a nice ass. Oh yeah, he knows it. Yeah, I remember the classic version of Punch-Out for the NES. I never played that one. You had a nice collection of games. Thanks. Sunshine is another game I have to finish. Yeah, good luck getting all the blue coins and shine sprites in that game. It goes on for a while. So yeah, what games out of all the games that I talked about tonight, what games would you guys like to see some videos on? We're gonna go right into the announcements. I got 2 of them. What games out of all the games that I talked about tonight, what games would you guys like to see some videos on? as long as you're having fun. Huh. Alrighty. Yeah, sometimes that's best. It's actually painful. Well, not so much painful, but it can be a bit much when you're playing a game and you feel like you're not doing it for you, you're doing it for someone else. Whether you're playing a game or doing a let's play for a game, you feel like it's what someone else wants to do, but in your soul, it's not what you want to do. And it shows the most when it comes to commentary. When it comes to doing video game commentary. So I'm going to put my NES games back. And then I'm going to make my announcements. And then we'll just chill for a little bit. And then I'll call it a night. I'm going to put NES games back. Do. Okay, so the first announcement is I'm thinking of doing a bi-weekly podcast. And this was kind of like a warm-up into what the podcast would be about. And the podcast would be majoring about differing opinions. And when I do the first episode of the podcast, I'm going to talk about some things that I hate that most people like, and I like that most people hate. And basically just give them the setback that you're always going to be in that position when you're done watching a movie or when you're done playing a video game and you realize that you're in the minority. And it's okay. It's fine to have a differing opinion, just so long as you're just not going to be a total jerk about it. And people shouldn't be a jerk to you just for having a differing opinion and being going against the tide. So after the first episode where I basically expose myself and say, hey, these are the things that I just completely disagree with the vast majority to, I want to encourage others to write to the podcast about, and you don't even have to give your name, you could just be anonymous, and you can write and talk about the kind of things that you like that other people hate, and you kind of feel alone and as an outcast about, or things that you hate that other. And I kind of want to build this small community, if not with this channel, with a podcast, and kind of just let people be more open and okay with like people with differing opinions, because the internet, especially YouTube, is just chock full of just misunderstandings and people that can't see or comprehend that others have different feelings and different perspectives and different thoughts than others. So I'm going to be working on that. In the first episode, I'm going to have early next month. And I will give you guys more on that. But any thoughts on what you guys think of the podcast are welcome. If you have any suggestions, leave them in or send me an email. If you're watching this video long after the live chat, I'm going to leave this on for about another 10 minutes maybe. And if it gets too dead, I'll call it a night. If it gets a little more active again, I'll think of some things to do. But that's pretty much my big announcement
My other announcement I wanted to make is next week I am going to be busy with E3, and once E3 is done, I am going to make a big discussion video on my thoughts of E3 with a couple friends. And if you've been following me for a while, if you've been subscribed for a while, you might know who one of those friends are. So there you go. Those are my two big announcements. I'm working on a podcast to try and make people more open with these kind of things, with having a different opinion. And I'm going to be doing an E3 discussion. Okay. What is this? Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I'm definitely going to give it a shot. And if the first episode goes reasonably well, like around as well as this live performance went, I got a little bit of feedback. I got some notification, and I never wanted to gather like a huge mass following, I guess, when it came to creating things on YouTube. I just wanted to have like a little click, and I feel like it's slowly starting to grow. That I'm having like a couple friends and people that I can share ideas with and give expose different perspectives to, and also hear some of their perspectives, which I think is one of the most amazing things about the internet. And I think that when trolls kind of diminish that really cool aspect of the internet and kind of make you ashamed for speaking your mind, I don't really agree to that. I really don't. And that's me speaking my mind. All right. So I think we're just about done here. Oh, I have one more announcement. I almost forgot. After E3 and after I start the podcast, my next live event is going to be a live performance. And this time, I'm going to do Disney villains from sequels. So names like Saluk, Abyss Mall, Undertow, Zira. I'll be doing impressions of those villains. So Murloc, yeah, those guys will start coming in. So I hope you all look forward to that. And then after the end of that performance, I'm going to be doing a Name That Movie, to where I will do a quote and give you guys an opportunity to quote it, but to tell me, guess what movie that is from. Okay. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed the chat. At any time you want to take a look at my game collection, you can go back to this video and skip through all the junk and get through the games and see my overall thoughts. And I guarantee you will see more games in the future, more videos about games. But for now, I'm pretty tuckered. I'm going to call it a night. Thank you all for staying with me. Even those that just chimed in for a couple seconds, you mean the world to me.
And I hope as I keep making, you guys keep watching. And if you ever got some ideas yourself or you want to collab or something, just send me an email. And we can go from there. We really can. I have no problem with that. So, yeah, just to recap before I pretty much wrap this up, I'm going to be doing a podcast all about the differing of opinions when it comes to a piece of media. I'm going to be doing an E3 discussion with some good friends of mine right after E3's finished. And I'm going to be doing another live performance late July, early August. You'll get an update a couple of days beforehand. And that will be on Disney villains from sequels. Thank you all for joining me on this live event. It was a lot of fun. It did take a lot out of me, though. You guys all have a nice day. Stay beautiful. This is War Dog, and I'm out.